This is for all you multi-talented, multitasking, multi-everything people out there. Take it away.
Find your glory, write your story, fearless feet will carry you. Time you own it, take your moment, be a fire burning through. Hustling from night until morning, grinding it out, it won't be long. Feel your power, it's your hour, you inspire, you are strong.
Enjoy your Zoa. No applause? You're all fired.
Now that you've reached the stage in your life where quality television is important, Nubian TV is a black network that speaks to your lifestyle. Nubian TV is the world's first digital network devoted to the upscale and political lifestyles of black people. Nubian TV's programming includes politics, travel, fashion, food, automotive, arts and culture, civil rights, music, and more. Watch now on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, or watch globally at nubiantv.net. Nubian TV, it's what you want to watch. Now that
Come with me if you want to live a more delicious life.
Oh, maybe we should get in the van.
In this world, we don't get to control much. The past, male pattern baldness.
What geese?
Got one right now. The urge to puff that bubble wrap. But there is one thing we do get to choose every single day: what we eat. Welcome to the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment. We have everything you want, didn't know you wanted, and some things you didn't know were possible. Because we believe if you're not having fun, you're not living free. So come on, let's live a little.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money! Are you ready? They are ready.
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here.
It's always a good time. That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good. Very good.
Coming in hot, Jimmy, coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, Lara,
Ginger.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Well, hello to you, and you. Welcome in, everybody, to another edition of Braylon's Virtual Tour Live, y'all. It is Saturday, not Saturday, but Saturday, and we are here for another episode of the Never Ever Best. I was saying to the group chat, why in the hell does it look like this season is going to hell? I was hoping this episode was live. But pointless arguments just to be on TV is exhausting. But at least I'm not doing this alone. Gigi, how are you, my friend? I can't do it, child. What the hell is going on with this show? Jesus, I can't. Say that one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear. How are you, my friend? Yes, I can. Loud and clear. How are you, my friend?
Okay, doing good. And like you said, Lord have mercy, this episode. Doing good. This episode is something else.
Child,
the whole season of this show is just crazy right now.
And how many episodes was it for season 1? 10?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How many episodes was it for season 1? 10? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna have to do it like this. Hold on, guys.
You're good. Hey, two people, welcome in. Glad to have you here. We are just getting started. We got a full review for y'all. In addition, as you all know, we are the show that does the weekly poll. That's where we all gather around the Oprah Winfrey Network website and we take a look at the question of the week and we have a conversation based on that poll question. So we, of course, will have that for you as well. But child, listen. Damn shame. Anyway, y'all, Gigi's getting herself together here. Okay, let me Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear. From mute this one.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to go off this other one so it's not echoing.
You're good. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Mic check 1 2. Are we in the building?
Yes, we are, my friend. How are you? Like I said, I think it was 10 episodes for the first season? Here, one quick second. Hang on, y'all. Gigi will be right back. There she is. Can you hear us?
Okay, my bad. The force is trying to work against me, but we are not going to allow it.
Understood, my friend. It's all good. Our audience knows by now that StreamYard can StreamYard, so we are all good.
It be streaming, okay? It does its thing.
Let's see. Braylon, the like button is not showing my like. What do you mean? On my channel or Gigi's? Now, Gigi, by the way, this is a Queen T with Gigi9, y'all.
Yeah, so I had to do a backup channel because my other channel, I couldn't get into it. So made a new channel, but it's still me, guys. It's still a Queen's Tea with Gigi. But
yes.
Yeah, so I will definitely go check it out, see what's going on, if it is on my side.
Oh, you're on my channel, Justine. No, I see one like. I see one like right now. If I click it right now just to do a test. Yep, I just clicked it, so it was 2 likes. So no, your like is on my channel. EA, what is this? Why is there a spaceship on my TV? Well, that is a car. And this is a virtual highway. So with that being said, Higher is waiting. Low is available, but either way, we are live on tour. Let me take that back. I gotta get intro there. You may have noticed some things changed. We went to Disney World last night, and so we just kept the vibe around here. Hello, everybody. I'm Braylon Lee. That is the beautiful Queen's Tea with GG9. We are here to talk about The Never Ever Met Season 2, Episode 4. Child, I can't. I just can't. And y'all, like I said, I'm giving EA love, grace, and space because this is probably their first time on this channel. We've had that intro for, well, I think about over a year, going on 2 years now. So we've been here a minute. You know what I mean? But glad to have
Definitely
you here.
have.
So yeah, it's probably just first time and they didn't know what was going on. But you know what? For you to ask that means you're curious about it. So I'm doing my job. We're doing our job. How do we start this, Gigi? Because I mean, we got newborns. Now we got arguments over pointless shit. I can't. Like,
but
I know casting is like, who did I not say this to you? Casting is like, who are the hell are these people? And how do we let
right, and you know my response, I said casting is probably sitting back sipping on Grand Marnier or this Cavassier.
Man, listen, oh my Lord, child, this just my Lord.
Now, this is the question: is it too much or is it not enough?
I feel like it's too much in terms of the drama being here this early, but I don't feel like it's not enough because we haven't really dug into storylines. Like, it's glimpses here and there, but I'm not really seeing any couple that is fleshed out. Now, I know what the audience is going to say. Bray, it's just 4 episodes. Y'all, if you watch season 1, you at least had some people you wanted to root for. Okay. Season 2, I'm just like, so does everybody just have a problem with everybody?
Only one so far that I have seen that haven't really had a problem is Jay and Cinco. I was watching them this episode and I was like, you know what? They do seem the most mellow right now because they have not had any hiccups, no arguments so far. There isn't really anything that we've seen that says either one of them's hiding some type of secret. So right now I'm kind of feeling Jay and Cinco. Now everybody else, what in the world? Why would y'all bring yourselves on this show knowing that you got secrets on secrets that you know could definitely ruin a relationship? Like, these aren't just little minute secrets. These are secrets that really make and break relationships.
Yes.
But you go on a show to expose them?
I'll just put it like this. I think they need to be grateful and own. I say this with love, grace, and space to you. And y'all better know, because I was the person that broke out the first season on YouTube. On YouTube, okay? So we saying that. So I'm saying this with love, grace, and space. I'm sure Gigi will agree with what I'm about to say because we're both in the world of media. Be glad that these secrets are on OWN and not on ABC on The Bachelor or Bachelorette. I'm chill. Because Bachelor Nation is a whole nother entity.
Listen, these are damn near 90 Day Fiance secrets.
That part. But you get what I mean when I make that comparison between OWN and ABC.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because ABC now
smoke is something. Oh no, OWN smoke is just a fire in Colorado at a lodge.
Oh, listen, ABC would have made just the Charli and Jared situation a whole season itself.
Oh.
Their drama was enough for its own spinoff.
Ain't never lied.
But then you got, let's just get into it because Lord have mercy, I don't even know. My head can't even take it.
So the episode starts off. Hang on, let me see here because I got a lot of pictures here, y'all. So the episode starts off with Jared taking Keke's coke. Now, I know that y'all have never met, but have y'all never, moved about the country with decency and order before? Because if you take something of mine that doesn't belong to you, we gonna have some issues where they don't have to be done. What did you think of that? Because I'm just like, really? Like, why?
Which part? I'm sorry. When
I think Keke was sleeping and Jared was in the room with Charli.
Oh, and he took her coat.
Yeah.
Lord.
It's like, really, bro? Really?
Yeah. Like that, to me, I feel like that was just childish. That was just childish, period. Like, you take her, like, that's some Big Brother shit, really. Like, that was some, my little sister sleeps, so I'm finna take her coat. And then you go out the room to drink it. Like, you're sneaky. You're very sneaky, and it shows.
And then do you not realize, because it was on camera, and Gigi, maybe you can help me with this. Now, of course, when you become a cast member on a TV show, you know everything, like the law, like the officer says, anything that you say can and will be used against you. I don't know what's going on with people nowadays when they go on reality TV and don't realize that part of the law also applies to reality television, that whatever you say can and will be used, even if you don't know what the final edit is. But you do realize now it's a minute point compared to having 6 kids, but still, it's the principle of the thing that you really thought you were going to get away with this. You really thought that you were going to get away with this, and it was shown on national television that you stole coke.
That's what I say. That was sneaky. And for you to do something like that, like something small like that, you're sneaky. Like, you got a whole 6-month-old and you've been dating this girl for 4.5 years. So clearly, she got a 1-month-old too, but still.
Right.
You two are some sneaky links. Like, that's what it seems like. Like, I feel like that shows his character in a way. Like that, it's giving more about him. Because why not just go get your own? Why take someone else's?
Exactly. And then if it's a reunion, because with reunions, y'all, and Gigi, of course, this too, beautiful. Reunions, sometimes they'll put that as a blooper, but then other times they'll take an inch and make it a mile. So if Taronda says, hey, you know what, y'all? This season's honesty has really pissed me off. Let's roll it. What you gonna say, Jerry? Well, I mean, listen. I didn't know that was gonna air. Bro, you gonna make this bigger than anything that is. I didn't know it was gonna air. Like, it's a Coke can. You still stole. It's a Coke can. Why are y'all? And then the producers, me and Gigi, are just like, yes. Oh yes, just go ahead. No words of aim, my friend. Yes. Oh yes, just go. Because we see the bullshit of you are you are backsliding so hard over defending yourself over a can of Coke, and you making yourself look like the ass over a can of Coke. Yes. Oh, Jesus. But anyway, I just thought that was crazy. Okay, Gigi will be back, y'all. Y'all know technological issues. So let's see here. Then the fellas were talking and saying, okay, there we go. Welcome back, Gigi. No, I was just
this just keeps going out. But yeah, starting from the first part where we see, him taking her Coke, like I said, that just shows that he's very sneaky. And honestly, that's just already him coming out with the secret of having a child that's 6 months just shows how sneaky he can be. So that right there for me is just, it's untrustworthy. There's no way that I would feel like, yeah, we can make it through this with the way that he is. Like,
yeah.
Just like we seen last week, him talking to the fellas, talking about how he wrote "fuck no" on the, the question card and all this other stuff. It's
and then lied to Charli on top of that, and then Chris from Ready to Love was like, "What the hell?" And he didn't have to say "what the hell." His face said "what the hell." But then Charli said, but then Jared asked, "What did you write, Charli?" And she was like, "No." And then he was like, "Oh, we good." What?
Yeah, Charli wrote "hell yeah" or something like that. She wrote "yeah," he wrote "fuck no." So y'all got a discord right there. And then him saying the fact, right? And him saying the fact that basically all he wanted was sex from her.
Like I was saying to you earlier, if Taronda and we need a reunion this time, okay? You had season 1, okay? We need a reunion for this one. And that's not. We're not asking y'all. We're telling y'all this is a non-negotiable fact, okay? Listen, Jesus, we need to know what's going on, because this is just episode 4, so I can only imagine what we're gonna get to by episode 7. But with that being said, though, I was saying, Gigi, that with reality TV, to use the words of my mom and dad, right, every time you take an inch, you make it a mile. And if Taronda pulls up that clip, Jerry's going to lose and fall flat on his ass over a can of Coke. Because he's going to try to deny and be like, well, I mean, there's plenty of Coke cans in the house. I mean, it's not that big. And downplay the stuff, and then probably be like, but don't you think that you not being honest about your kid and you stealing a can of Coke goes to show that you're a dishonest person? You gonna say I'm dishonest over a can of Coke, and then me and you are just the producers in the background, just yes, oh yes, the words of the yes, just go ahead, fall on your ass over a can of Coke.
Yeah, not only that, like that's what I'm saying. We've both agreed that a reunion for this season needs to happen. We need to have a reunion this season because, one, we didn't have one for the first season. But this season, especially with everything that has come out already, and we're only on episode 4, there definitely needs to be a reunion because I want to see the reactions of everyone when they hear these confessionals.
Yes.
Or when they see that these secrets are being held for so long. Like, you got these people, just like, we'll get to it, but Clavassier and Tatiana. That is crazy. He has had so many openings to tell the truth, and he does not take them. He finds a way out of it every single time. And I don't know anybody who would think that doing that is going to make things better. You're making things worse, not only for you, but the person that you're with, because now you're being so disrespectful, and it's gotten to a point to where you're not giving the other person who you're in a relationship with the choice to either stay with you or leave because you're hiding something. So basically you're forcing her to have these feelings because she doesn't know the truth.
Without question. And not to mention too, Tatiana really is being quite gracious because Clavassier, if you were with Serena season 1, child, we were all rooting for that brother to leave her. We were all rooting because there was no wiggle room with her.
There was
She
none.
was just being combative just to be combative. Sorry, Jessica. I mean, you did make it a whole argument already, love. So I can't help what you put out. But with that being said,
But it definitely shows just how combative.
yes. Don't worry, y'all. Don't worry. But it did show how combative that she was, because it was. Well, I'll say this. It did show how combative that situation was, right? Because think about this. You have had openings to tell Tatiana that, there we go. We were talking about the combative energy of Clay just being a liar. If you have this woman who is being nothing but loving, kind of gracious to you, and you're going to play yourself out of having her. I feel like some of these couples
Yeah, but at this point, I want to know, like, does he really care? What is his motive really? Because we found out that his baby is 2 months old.
Right. Fresh.
Right. So, and then also my question is because, listen, we'll get into that, but right now we're just jumping in and having a conversation about, different things right now. But he said
I just realized something. Yeah, no, go ahead and finish. I'll follow right after because I just had.
Oh, I was just saying, he said his fiance showed up and was pregnant, right?
Right.
So my question is, what is the relationship between you two now? Right. Are you guys living together? Are you not? Are you just co-parenting? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the true nature or connection to your baby's mom?
Yeah, because for her to show up and then she was pregnant, like he said this was his ex-fiance. So that means to tell me that y'all used to be together, but then she showed up. So something ain't adding up, because last time I checked, I mean, you can be the Virgin Mary and get IVF, from a icing bank, ladies and gentlemen. And you can be the Virgin Mary that way, but for her to have a connection with you, something the Kool-Aid ain't sweet. And by the way, I just had this epiphany, Gigi. So Jared has a 1-month-old. Clavassier has a 2-month-old. We got 2 fresh babies.
Hold on, Jared has a 6-month-old.
Oh,
yeah, Jared's baby is 6 months, and the one that Charli has is 1 month.
Okay, so thank you very much. I know I'm not crazy, but
still, they all less than a year. What? All of them is less than a year old.
Epiphany, like what the hell?
Hold on, all of y'all had to been getting busy around the same time, because how is it that y'all all got kids around the same time? Listen, okay.
Did y'all talk about ovulation schedules during this season at all? Because I would not be surprised if that doesn't air.
Listen, let's just say 2023 was a good year for them. Okay.
Apparently, and before y'all get on to me about
23-24 was a good year, because honey, they was doing some things.
Yes, indeed. And before y'all get on to me about ovulation schedules, and y'all, this is not a rumor, you can look this up online. Apparently, one of the producers of The Bachelor was tasked with keeping a diary of women's Red Sea, with women's journey with the Red Sea throughout the season.
So you were saying that she was tasked with keeping the visitor registration. That's what we ladies call it, a visitor.
Yeah, Yeah. So when I say ovulation schedule, I do not mean break no HIPAA laws. Y'all know we ain't about breaking the law except breaking off people when they've done wrong to people. Okay. So miss me with that shit. I was just saying that because for 3 babies to be less than a year, y'all had to talk about pregnancy on this damn show. I mean, hell, Troy said she was pumping. So for me to say the ovulation schedule could be talked about is not that far off. Okay, because this is a different show than most. Okay, so
and hold on, and that's crazy to me too. Okay, so well, I guess it is, but I guess it's not, because even when we pump, sometimes we don't always use the milk, or you can freeze baby milk, or you just pump to basically let go of the pressure out of your breast. But I was sitting there, I'm like, okay, is this baby somewhere close where she's pumping? But then I was like, okay, maybe she's just pumping and dumping just to relieve the pressure. But I was like, how would you not know that she's gone somewhere else to go pump milk? Like,
right. And not to mention too, is the baby even there? Or besides that question, Gigi, let me ask you. With this situation, right? Because you are a mother. Do you still have to breast pump just to keep that, platform of your body, healthy and clean and everything in between? Now,
yeah, definitely, because it's
asking because I don't know. So we
you actually do. That's why I said she's probably pumping and dumping if the baby's not there, because you have to relieve that pressure out of your breast, because if you can have a blockage and it will hurt so bad. It's one of the most excruciating pains, one of them that you can feel, especially as a woman. But yeah, it can cause blockage, which can cause an infection and all types of stuff. So when you're breastfeeding, you do have to make sure that you're pumping and releasing that milk out, because you don't want to get infections. And plus, even without the infection, when you are building up milk in your breast and it's not released, it hurts. Oh, that pressure hurts.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so that's what I said. Maybe she's just pumping and dumping.
And thank you for that context, because I feel like, honestly, I feel like with women, when men ask a question, it's like, oh my God, really, you don't know? But guess what? If you single, there's just some things you just don't know. So I'd rather be ignorant and ask rather than be wrong and be loud about it. You know what I mean? Because compared to some of these people out here, at least I'm asking to care, but that's neither here nor there, child. So after all of that, the fellas talk, and the fellas say that if the ladies heard us, there would be problems. Yeah, I'm sure it would be problems. I mean, it is just the lies and deception for me. Like, yeah, they would be upset because y'all said what you said. I don't think that game should have ever been played, because all it did. All right, let's get Gigi back up here.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on. It just keeps wanting to kick me out.
You're good. We'll roll with it. We always got each other, so it's all good.
Right.
Well, maybe their hormones were kicking. So after the virtual, they had to knock boots. LOL. Yeah, but I mean, to be knocking boots this crazy, where it's 3 babies in less than a year. There's some distance here. Yeah.
What makes it even crazier is it's not like we don't just have one couple this season who, has some secrets. No, it's damn near everyone on the cast. And when you have 3 people out of 14 who are like, hey, we all have kids within the relationship that they don't know about, that's a bit much. That's just too much.
I mean, even Keke saying that she still lives with her ex, even though that ain't cool if you try to meet this person that you never ever met before and try to figure out what can be. That you can work through that. You mean to tell me you had a whole nother new life come into the world? That's a little bit extra in terms of the energy. I navigate that.
Listen, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and start it off because we have definitely taken a lot of time to talk about. We're going to talk about it anyway because it's absurd to think about how this is even going on.
Absolutely.
For one. But I think we started off with was it Cinco, Chris,
Cinco,
and Jared?
Yes, Cinco, Chris, and Jared. I'm trying to look for that picture here. Which I should. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's okay. I'm talking about it. But yeah, they were in the living room talking, and they were basically talking about the conversation that was had the night before, and how if their women had heard what they said, how much trouble that they would be in.
Yes.
What's the point in talking about the trouble you would be in? And if your woman heard something, why even say things that you have to worry about what the reaction would be if it's heard?
Correct.
I feel like, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just feel like that in itself showed your character. Like, why say things that you don't want anyone to know, or the person that you're talking about that you don't want them to know? More secrets, more trust issues. It's just a cycle. You could just see how it is. This is. I don't even know. Go ahead.
And not to mention too, like that was what episode? Episode 2 that the game was played, Gigi?
Yeah, I believe so. Episode 2.
Okay. Now, if we're talking about reality TV, I think what I'm about to say hopefully makes some sense to you. From a viewer standpoint, this game should be played by episode 7. But from a production standpoint, this game should be played by episode 5. I'm going to give you the reasons why. The reason why it should be played from the production side by episode 5 is because that's halfway through the season. Usually at the mid-season point of a show, there is something to hold on to that drives the rest of the season. Now, from a viewer standpoint, the game should have been played by episode 7 because now you have that, 3-episode arc to end it. But the problem with episode 2 was, and Jared, you don't know that you did this to yourself, but you allowed a game to dictate the rest of the season. So now what's the point of y'all being on TV? Because now the viewers are going to look at y'all through the game and not through y'all as the cast on the show. Gigi, your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I also think that it's not even just the game. The confessionals themselves seems like they're playing their own personal games.
Yes.
Because of the secrets. And in the conversation when they were all sitting in the living room, Chris, Jared, Cinco, and even Brandon came in when they were talking, Cinco actually said to them, like, hey, what I'm seeing as a common factor and issue with all the couples is communication. Nobody's communicating the right way. Nobody's communicating honestly. Nobody is actually truly giving themselves. Everybody's giving this great value representative of themselves. So you're not really getting the full authentic person. How can you build on a relationship when you don't even know this person?
And he was very smooth in the way he said it because he wasn't saying it as holier than thou, greater than he is in me than is in the world. He or she has to sit cast the first stone. But he was just saying the quiet part out loud. And he was right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at it from episode 1 to now, Cinco and Jay seem to be the ones who actually kind of have it together. And he actually even said later on is like, hey, me and Jay, we stay out the way. we don't get involved with everybody else. We're worried about us because at the end of the day, we're planning on leaving together. You know what I'm saying? We're planning on being with each other. So we're focusing on each other, not everybody else. And I feel like that is a huge thing. And they have something good. I'm hoping that it lasts and it stays that way. But everyone else, if we look at it, everyone else has some type of issue. Like, and most of them, it's because they're lying or hiding something. I cannot stress this enough. The manipulation, the lying, the deceit that is happening right now. How can y'all truly say you want this person or love this person or want to be in this relationship when you can't even be honest with yourself enough to be honest with the person you're saying you want to be with? Where are you going to, how's this healthy? How is this healthy for anyone? And then the ones who have these kids, what example are you setting? How are you saying that, you know, you want this person to be in your life and you have these secret kids that you feel like you can't tell them, you know, Clavassier, Tatiana.
Right.
You have this child, but you want to be in this relationship with this person, but you feel like that's something that you should hide. Why? If that's a part of you, that should be a part of you that is expressed when getting to know someone or when you're wanting to further a relationship, especially if you've already built on something, you've already been talking, communicating, getting to know each other. Your children should not be a secret. When that is a secret, that means there's something else that you're hiding. There's more to it. It's not just the kids. But then what example are you setting for the kids though? As far as like a step parent or even as their parent, you're showing that deceit is acceptable as long as the person either doesn't know or it doesn't hurt them that bad. Like it's still deceit and it's still hurtful. So yeah, this conversation with the guy sitting there at first, it's almost ick to even just see them sitting there after the conversation they had and they're laughing and talking about how they really don't want to be in the relationship with these, you know, with their partners, but then you're going around and you're in their face.
Right. And then not to mention too, I was surprised that Chris did have a bro to bro moment, be like, so you really lied to Charli like that, bro? I'm surprised that wasn't said. Because after that facial reaction, I would have expected something to be said after that. It's like, wow, okay then.
Yeah, but I feel like Chris he's got his reservations about he's with Alicia, right? Alexis. Okay. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, he's with Alexis, but I still feel like he's hiding, like he's got his reservations about her too.
Yeah.
And if we think, okay, so let's go ahead and think about Chris being on Ready to Love. For those who do not know about Chris was on Ready to Love Dallas, which was what, 2 seasons ago?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so, because you remember when Jessica and Chris, where Jessica escorted Chris, you know, to the car and tried to protect him. Flipped. Hashtag combat coffee, but go ahead.
Combat coffee. So for those who know Chris and have seen him on Ready to Love, we've seen a different side of Chris on Ready to Love, okay? Especially when you're at that point where, I mean, he was single. He said what type of person he likes, the type of woman he looks for and goes for. We've seen the type of women that he was actually attracted to and the attention that he was given and also was getting.
Right.
Now this is just my opinion. Mm-hmm. You know, everybody has their person. I just don't feel like Alexis is Chris's person. I don't see them really being together long term like that, because and again, this is my opinion, Alexis is wanting to mother hen her man. It's not necessarily, it's a control thing because she's older. For one, she's older, like almost 10 years older than Chris.
Correct.
So I feel that, and Chris has even said this, like, hey, if I let her keep going on, she's going to treat me like a boy. And I feel like that's where she's at. Like, I just don't see them meshing well.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, you were still in your thought. I was thinking of something that you said about the boyfriend, but go right ahead.
No, go ahead. Please say it, because I was actually going to go on to Brandon since he was sitting there with the group. I was going to go on to him talking about Keke saying that she saw him. Yes. But go ahead and say what you're going to say.
No, I was going to say very quickly there to your point. It's not so much mother henning him for the fact of, oh, let me cut your steak, let me do this, let me do that, but it is and I have to say it again, the combative energy of, his voice is not being heard. You know what I mean? And it's like, mother knows best, but it's like, are you allowing him to be a full grown man, or is he still your baby boy? Because you're trying to protect basically your sphere of influence and what you will and will not accept. That's how I felt about that mother henning. So it wasn't so much of, he doesn't have any autonomy, but his voice is being stifled.
Right, exactly. That's exactly it. But I still feel like their connection's not as strong. I don't see them meshing like that, but that's just me.
No, understood. Same here. Justine Bell says, well, after a while, what are they going to talk about being 10 years apart? But let me tell you something. Just because they were 10 years apart didn't mean she knew what to claim. Child, cousin.
Listen, now, I'm not going to lie now, okay? Listen, I like some older. All right? I don't like no young man, and I don't like them my age, okay? You got to be a little older, okay? So I get that. I now I'm not going to lie. I have had a couple young ones, but I was like, this is not for me. No. Now, again, this is just me personally. You cannot be close to my kid's age for me to, no. My oldest just turned 23. If you are, I don't care if you're 27, 28, that's still too close. I can't. No. No. I need older. Like, at that point, I will go get uncle. You know what I'm saying? Like,
uncle.
And if your granddaddy look good, listen. But I'm married, okay? My husband is older than me, though. But so the whole 10-year difference, it's, it's different for men and women and how they want to be. But I just still feel like with her, she is definitely, now, like you said, she ain't your cut up your steak and I'm finna chew it and spit it in your mouth. She's not like that. But she's when I want it, I'm going to get it. And that's that. And that's whatever. Whether she wants to groping, sloping, slobbing, whatever she want to do, she's going to do.
No, absolutely.
Ready or not, here she comes. Okay.
In more ways than one, child.
Child. I'm surprised she ain't tried to pull him to the boom boom room yet.
You know what? I was thinking that too. But you know what? Why I am loving about this dynamic of Chris and Alexis is that Alexis, she's about that energy. And at least she's out loud about it. You know what I mean? Because there's some.
Yeah, now I will say at least she's old enough and she's still ready to listen. She will drop it low. Okay, she looked like
she's not denied it either, because we remember the Karma Sutra, and Chris was having a good time holding on.
Hold on, and she was trying to buck him like a cowgirl. Like, hold on, girl, you about to fall and bust your head, lady. You finna fall. But she didn't care because she was finna ride that bull, okay?
Yes, she was.
She was ready to buck. She was nuck if you buck, okay? She was ready.
And being a student from Thickology University, PhD in thick deliciousness. I can tell you that all was real from my degree that I have. That was real. That was very real. Just want to say that.
I remember there was a time where I taught that class, the Thicklicious class. I definitely was the professor of that a time or two.
I was a very good student in that class, and I moved accordingly throughout my time at Thicklicious University.
Brandon was in the back seat. I saw Brandon there. He was a student before.
And everybody was grown at this university. So if anything did happen, everybody was grown. Okay? Listen, everybody was at the house.
Listen, scholarships were awarded for this study, okay? Let's put that out there. But
and listen,
yeah,
some of us was doing some work study. And it was more about the work than studying. Because you can only
Braylon, listen. Braylon, I talked to one of your professors. They said you was taking honor courses.
So you didn't teach no BDSM class at the university either? Because
what do you mean?
Sub and dom energy. If you want to talk
listen,
about
I was the head mistress of the university of the BDSM. Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Well, all right.
How you think Marvin know what he know?
No, you know what? See, that's why I can't play it too damn much. I choked on myself. Oh, God.
See,
okay.
Listen, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to move on. We're going to keep going, okay? We're going to keep going.
Oh, I love our damn show. Oh, my God. Okay.
So we're going to move on to Jay and Tatiana being in the kitchen talking.
Yes. Okay.
You all right over there? Are you okay?
No, I literally choked on myself with that. I really did. Y'all listen. We don't rehearse anything before this damn show at all, okay? That was live in real time. I am fine. Mentally, it's going to take me a minute to recover. But believe me, that was a wonderful fantasy. I wish Thicklicious University was real, child. I would probably be the press secretary. Ooh. You know what? If I was the press secretary, I would be pressing down and recording a lot of minutes. Let's roll on. Anyway, so where are we with this show that we're doing? What's the next scene?
So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and move on to Jay and Tatiana talking in the kitchen.
Yes, okay, Jay and Tatiana.
Okay, yeah. So just see, this is why we can't ever get through a full show just talking about the show, because it's never just...
I am always on my best behavior. It is the rest of you hooligans that make my energy on putting 20 on a 10. I am always drinking my water, minding my black owned business, and doing my job.
So what you're saying is you're the leader of the hoodlums.
No, lies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyways,
if anything, I am the leader of the Lola Bunnies of the world, and I love value.
You know what?
You know what? Let me tell you, we are in space, and let me tell you, I am jamming through their galaxies. That's neither here nor there. So, like you said, Jay and
yep, Jay and Tatiana. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So Jay and Tatiana's in the kitchen, and they're talking about Clavassier and him pretending to be vegan. Now, I got a few things about this, and I actually showed you the picture of the sandwich that Jay had fixed him, because so Tatiana's vegan, and she has stated that she does not mind her man not being vegan. She has no problem with them eating meat. She herself is just vegan. Now, Clevassier took it upon himself to decide that he wanted to try to have a vegan diet.
Yes.
Okay, and that pic is the one where that was afterwards, but we're gonna talk about that one too. But so Clevassier decided that he wants to go ahead and get into this whole vegan diet thing and try to be vegan. Now, when he's around Tatiana, evidently he's eating vegan. He's not eating meat, but she has not only caught him eating meat, but also Jay tells her about how, I guess it was the previous night, she had made him a sandwich, and it had ham and turkey or chicken, turkey, bacon.
It was like
you might as well say all the meats.
It was like a meat lover sandwich, I think.
Yeah, I actually sent you a picture of the sandwich and him taking a bite of it because he was just so it's like that was the best sandwich he had had.
Let me see.
But they're talking about this, and to Tatiana, this is like a slap in the face because it's like he's hiding something and he's lying about it now.
My bad, y'all. Hang on. My bad. I got it now.
No, you're good.
Here it
but
is.
Yeah, so this is him devouring this sandwich that Jay had made him. Now, I got a couple thoughts, but before I get to my thoughts, what do you think about him being in Tatiana's face, being vegan, but then eating this meaty sandwich that Jay fixed him?
You know, this is the thing, right? Because later on he says, I thought it was funny. Wait, so you thought it was funny to sneak and cheat with being vegan? Now, for the alpha men out there that, swallow red pills down their throat. Well, Braylon, listen, don't women also sneak and cheat? A woman sneaking and cheating to buy some Savage Fenty lingerie for herself and then lying to you about that she bought it is different than lying about a lifestyle that which you live by. Okay?
Right.
Because at least with the Savage Fenty lingerie, if I may, if you do what the fuck you're supposed to do, it's gonna work out for you later on that night. But to lie about a lifestyle, that also could mean, okay, well, would you lie about, if our kid got in trouble and they did something wrong? Would you lie about our finances? Now, some men are going to say, well, Brandon, that's women taking it to a 20. Well, also, too, if I'm a man and my woman is lying to me, I also have the right to take it to a 20 because you put enough trust in me to be truthful. So we got to either match each other's energy or we should stay away from each other. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. And again, this goes back to the whole truth and honesty part, because if you will lie about things like that, you will lie about big stuff. And Tatiana even says that if you lie about little things, what else will you lie about? You will lie about serious stuff, which he's doing. But this is let me readjust myself real quick because now this is what got me, because it was also said later on that Clevassier asked Jay to fix him a sandwich.
Yes.
The audacity. First off, you don't need to be asking another woman to fix you anything. Jay, you should not be fixing another man anything, especially when you know that y'all both have partners. No, Clevassier could have went to Tatiana and asked her to fix him a sandwich. And Jay, you fixed Cinco a sandwich. I don't care if Cinco was there and was like, oh yeah, it's cool, go ahead and fix the sandwich. No. Clavassi, I feel like, was dead wrong going to ask another woman who he knows has a man to fix him a sandwich. I felt like that was just outright disrespectful.
Fully agree. I mean, honestly, that would be like if I came out to California and, you know, me and Gigi hanged out, right? First of all, I'm going to at least do the right thing and go, you know, to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles and, you know, give me a to-go meal, right? Because for one, this is my first time meeting Gigi. I know that we're cool virtually, but of course it's different in real life. But still, wait, if you care about somebody virtually, carry that energy in real life or either stay gone, right? But I'm not going to ask Gigi to cook me something in her house where she lives with her husband. That's being disrespectful to him and to her. Now, if Gigi wants to cook me something to be hospitable, then that's completely different. Right? So
right. It's totally different if you're fixing something for everyone.
Exactly. Doesn't mean that let me put it like this. Just because we're friends doesn't mean that I get to ask Gigi to do everything for me. No, everything has a container. Right? So like that was just no. That was not cool.
Yeah, and just as a woman, it's just like, wait a second. I felt like it's disrespectful to my man. So for her, I felt like that was disrespectful to Cinco to fix another man a sandwich. Like, I honestly don't care if she just put a slice of cheese on some bread and called it a cheese sandwich without the grill. I don't care. No. That's just not something that you do. And it's definitely not something that you do when you are in the house with your man amongst other people. Now, again, like I said, if this is something and you're cooking dinner for everyone, or you're, you know, maybe it's a few of y'all in the kitchen and it's like, hey, you know, I'm making sandwiches. Anybody want a sandwich? And it's, you know, that's different. But when this man comes up to you and asks you to fix him a sandwich, where's the respect for your mate and his?
Exactly.
And then on top of that, you know, you're eating meat. So this also is disrespectful to Tatiana even more. So yeah, it's crazy.
Absolutely. And here are the pictures, y'all. You know what happened, Gigi? Because you sit and y'all, when you do a good panel show, right? There is communication. It looked like so many pictures from last week that has come down to the second set. And that was my bad.
Oh yeah, no, put them all in order. So if you go from the top and scroll up, they should all be in order.
And that is completely my bad, y'all. So here's
no problem.
Up with the episodes here. That was not done on purpose. When you do get a lot of content when you're a panel show, it's not to keep up with. So I'm just catching y'all with photos here.
So that picture actually is the one of where. So this is her fixing him this sandwich.
Yes, and then this was
that's where he got caught eating was it beef taquitos or something like that?
Yes, beef taquitos, yes.
Uh-huh. So he's been eating meat and he eats meat. So I don't understand his whole lying about it. Like, it's different if you say, hey, I want to go vegan, but you know, I want to do it at my own pace, or hey, it's just gonna take me some time. I gotta, you know, start cutting out things. Don't just full blown, oh, I'm a vegan and I'm just gonna eat vegan stuff, because your body's not gonna adjust to it like that. Some people's can, but when you have consumed meat for so long, it's going to be hard for your body to stop craving that meat or craving certain, you know, certain things that meat provides. It's gonna be hard for you to give that up. So it'd be different if he could communicate that with her instead of doing it behind her back.
Right, and not to mention too, Tatiana even said, I know this is a little bit later, but as you guys get to know me and Gigi, everything that airs is relevant. Watch this. Tatiana said to, I think it was Jay, if I'm not mistaken, later on the episode, but I'll bring it up now because we're talking about this now, is that Tatiana said all of her guys have not been vegan. So she could care less about that. For her to do that, because there are some vegans out there where, okay, if you eat meat, we ain't dating. They are that down about it. You know what I mean? 10 toes down about it. And I will say there are some thick vegans out here. Okay? I don't know what the fuck y'all doing. I don't know if y'all eating impossible burgers, impossible cheese and shit. Some of y'all thickums out here. Okay? That's neither here nor there. The point is, Tatiana did not have a problem with that. And so it's like, dude, you have somebody that is understanding to you. Why are you doing the most? That's what really got me. Like, she's being understanding of the fact that first of all, she said all of her guys have not been vegan. So like, you should not have had to lie to her. You know what I mean? So
and she did say like it doesn't bother her that he's not vegan.
Right.
And that's been her hiccup, is the fact of, hey, we've had this discussion. I don't mind you not being vegan. That's not a big issue. But the lying, the hiding, but while he's in her face, oh, you want to eat vegan, but when she's not around, you want to go back to your ways of eating meat. Or, I mean, and it's not even just meat. It's animal, period. You know, eggs, you know, that are not plant-based. Anything that is of an animal, she does not eat.
Yes.
So the communication, I mean, and then honestly, I can't really expect him to communicate when it comes to little stuff like that when you're not even trying to communicate about something as important as a 1 month or 2 month old child.
Correct.
That you've had during the time that you've been with this woman. And that's something else too. Like, so Clavasier and Tatiana, they've been together, what was it, like 8 months or something like that, maybe?
Hang on, let me pull up Owen's website here.
Yes, like if you will.
Like I said, a little bit later, y'all, we will have the poll question of the week, as we often do.
Right. But you have it where you guys have been talking for several months. So that means that if they've been talking, let's just say they have been talking 8 months. That means that there were 4 months where...
You're right. They were dating for 8 months, not to cut you
8 months. Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. So 8 months they've been talking. His baby mama was pregnant. When you're pregnant 40 weeks, which is 10 months. You're pregnant for 10 months. So that means that you've met her during the last 2 months or so of your fiance's or ex-fiance's pregnancy. Something around there, like probably like the month or so before she had the baby. And actually, no, because if that baby's 2 months old and they've been dating 8 months, that means no, you had that baby while within the last 6 months of y'all's relationship, within the 6 months. So still, when you first got together, it's not like y'all have been talking for years. Even so, these months, you're telling me in that time, even at the very beginning, you couldn't say like, hey, you know, I got a baby on the way, but this is the situation with me and the mother. You know, it's not this, da. Like, you couldn't do that. You decided to. I just need to know the motive. I really want to know the motive.
This was a Ross and Rachel situation. We broke up. We were on a break. That's what that was. Like, just
right. That seems like that was the excuses. We was on a break. But honestly, I want to know, does the fiance, well, she probably knows now because he went on this show, Never Ever Met. But did she know about the break? When did she find out about the break?
Exactly. Because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there a situation, and y'all, we're going to be referencing season 1 a lot, so if you haven't watched season 1, don't worry, there is no judgment around here. We all help each other to lift up each other around here. But just to give context, wasn't there a situation with Josh and Shay where Josh had a kid? Now, Josh and Shay, they've been dating for 12 years.
12 years online.
And they were
that. Yeah. Yeah. That was... Whew. That was a doozy. But yeah, Josh ended up having a kid while they was together as well. And that was their whole thing, is they was on a break. But at that time, Josh had the female living with him. It was his roommate, or air quotations, roommate.
Yes.
And they ended up having sex and she got pregnant.
Right.
So there is a lot of this that happens on the Never Ever Mets, which, I mean, could be the reason why they've never ever met.
Right.
Because I just don't understand how you can have a relationship with someone virtually for 12 years, 4 years, 12 months. It's all too much. But not only you have that relationship, but neither of you have met in person.
Correct. And by the way, y'all, Josh and Shay are the longest running couple that have never met. I don't know if they're going to ever top that. I think that probably should be the limit. Because, Gigi, if we get a couple that have dated for 20 years...
Listen, I'm giving up if they do. I'm giving up.
Or hang on. Or they dated for 20 years, but they've lived in the same city.
You know what? I'm so, Millie and Greg, I'm so mad at that. I'm so mad at that. Oh, that just irks oh my God, that irks me. Oh, and you know why? That just pissed me off. Just thinking about it. See, you done brought up.
Like I said, hopefully the Never Ever Mets has those two storylines combined, where there's a couple that's been that they never met for 2 decades and they live in the same city, because that's a double whammy that I don't think anybody wants.
Right. You want to know what made that even worse?
Yes.
Oh, it's not even just the fact that they was in the same city and state and still was talking virtually and had never met, and they've been talking for a while. It wasn't like a month or two. Like, they've been talking for a while. Yes. Living in the same city and state, but never met. How? Y'all both live in LA, and you're telling me it doesn't matter if you ride the trolley, the bus, have a car, a scooter, an e-bike, whatever the case is, you could have gotten around to meeting them. And you want to know what makes that so crazy is because I live in San Diego. LA on a good day might be 1.5 to 2 hours with traffic. Okay, good traffic, right? If I could take my ass from San Diego to LA quite frequently, you're telling me that 2 people that live in the same city and state that are supposed to be in a relationship together cannot meet up? Sure. And what made that even worse is when we were doing some of those reviews, yes, I was either driving from San Diego to LA, yes, or I was in LA.
Because I think during that time, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were at school during that time when you were driving from San Diego to LA. So
yeah, that's what I'm like. And that comes to our point that we have made so many times. People make time for what they want.
Yep. And that gets said in this episode too by somebody, child. Lord, that couple turned quickly. We'll get to it.
Yes. But yeah, so the issue with with Jay and or the issue with Tatiana and with Clavassier is the fact of him. Well, this is all she knows now is just him lying about, being vegan and basically doing this stuff behind her back. Right. She doesn't know the rest, but I feel like she's suspicious and she knows that something's going on. She just doesn't know what yet. But yeah. So moving on. Yes. We're going to move on because Charli and Jared, this is getting on my nerves. So Charli and Jared are sitting on the couch and they're talking about being together and if they, basically when they're going to have sex, when they going to do it.
Exactly.
Basically Jared told her she don't have to have no permission. Whenever she want to get to it, she can get to it. And Charli says, well, let's get that boom boom room tonight. Look, the smirk on Jared's face when he's talking about it. And the fact that he knows that he's going to possibly get some from her was so, to me, it was disgusting. After knowing what he had said, and then you want to talk about this the very next morning, basically talk about sleeping with her when that's basically your only objective. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that
And
was crazy
he's
to me.
playing her.
No, absolutely, because Jared asked, "How are you?" And Jared asked Charli rather, "How are you?" She said she's not herself eventually. She's okay. And my thing is this: it's just like, just say that y'all want to be a FWB and move on. Okay. Now we will at least admit that you have more, energy than Aaron H and Jody, because there was nothing there. But at least they played themselves like idiots. Y'all are being idiots and avoiding y'all idiocy. Like, what the hell? Just and then of course too, I feel like you and me both have that energy that Jared said. Anytime you want it, you can get it. If you feel that person and everything's consensual and y'all are about each other, cool. But y'all never met. So you don't know her control for pleasure and selfishness. And if we all know what has happened this past week with our Uncle Shannon Sharp, just because you have the energy of wanting to grab it doesn't mean that it's consent. Go ahead, Gigi.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to go back to see what happened with Shannon Sharp, because listen, I guess I've been out the loop. But when you said got more connection than Jody and Aaron,
yes,
a paperclip has more of a connection with paper than what they had. Okay,
no.
I'm just saying.
I'm not about to play the piano with you. Nope, not about to do it. Nope.
Listen, I'm just saying. I am just saying. A fly has better connection with shit than what they had. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, Jesus. Listen, if I'm lying, tell me I'm lying.
Nope.
Okay. So yeah, but their connection, I feel like it's superficial. Like he basically, I hate to say it, but he's giving fuckboy vibes. He's definitely an F-boy.
I have to agree.
Like this right here is not the way of, I'm not even gonna say this ain't the way a man reacts, but a true man, this is not the way they act. You really, I really feel like, because virtually he saw Charli's body, he's seen her body, in person, so he's lusting. He's lusting after her. But the way he's going about it, and after what he said, I don't like Jared. I don't. To me, he is the type that would give you chlamydia and then blame it on you because you were the one that slept with him. I feel like he would blame it on the person instead of himself, even though he's the one who gave it.
Right.
That's just me. Sorry, I might have went too far, but I'm just saying he just takes me as that. Moving on, because he just gets on my nerves.
No, I definitely feel you, because it does seem like, for example, and I'll utilize this example for sure. That would be like Beyonce at SoFi Stadium, which is happening, and Jared and Charli go to a suite, and Jared's like, "Oh, this suite's mine," and then you see, and then you and me come up because we work for the Oprah Winfrey Network. And Beyonce doing something with Warner Bros. Discovery, with OWN or whatever, and that's our suite. And we're like, "What you doing here?" "Oh, hey, yeah, we're from the Never Ever Match. Yeah, we know, but this is not y'all suite." "Yes, it is." Pull up your ticket, and then you're like, "Huh? If you get you get here. Pull up your ticket." Babe, Don't worry.
Yeah,
we
he'll,
were
look,
all
he'll be one
out.
of those like, I left it in the car. Okay, well, go to the car and get it then. We'll be here. Go get it.
Yep.
Then that's when you just leave. He just leaves and don't come back because he didn't got caught.
Absolutely.
Like yeah, I just don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that whole conversation was basically about them going to the boomer room. We already know it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Fine.
Yep.
So moving on, we have Keke and Brandon. So Keke and Brandon are talking because, of course, Brandon still has this issue with her drinking, and that keeps coming up. And she's feeling like at this point, Kiki's like, "Look, you're trying to control me. I feel like this is." And in her words, she said, "This is just the step. Like first it's going to be alcohol, then it's going to be you don't want her to do something else, and then after that is something else. Next, you know, like she can't do anything, and that's a problem to her because she's feeling controlled."
Correct.
And this is something that she dealt with in her last relationship. So this is a sore spot for her and not something that she wants to do. But Brandon, even though he has good intentions, I will say he's going about it probably not the way that he should, to make it where, you know, she's not feeling as though he's trying to control her or talking about her or, you know, looking at her in a negative light. Like I feel like the communication with them definitely could have been better before this. And I'm so glad that they do get to talk to Dr. Allie.
Yes.
But sitting here, you can just see like the tension between them.
And not to mention too, I will say this, even though Keke really doesn't have a lot of room to speak because she has showcased that behavior, two things can be true at the same time. Or as they say, a clock does strike twice a day. I'm probably paraphrasing it, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. While Keke is wrong because she has showcased signs of that, she's also not wrong of the fact that this does feel a little bit extra. So I am proud of her for recognizing, like, hold on a second now, listen, I may be doing too damn much, but you also doing too damn much your damn self.
Yeah, that's basically what she's saying. Like, hey, don't just look at me like, hey, the way you're going about it is wrong. And I can see her frustration because just like Cinco said, the communication is what's off. If there was actually open communication between the couples, then I feel like there would be a better resolve with the issues that they're having, as well as the trust issues or even the feeling of, hey, I can be honest with you, would be different. But then again, when you're just a compulsive liar, period, lies come fluently. It's like speaking another language. It just rolls off the tongue. But I also feel, and I mean, I'm never saying that I'm an expert or I'm right. But I also feel like some of the issues that Keke has aren't exactly with Brandon. It is also with the fact that she's hiding something.
I agree.
Right now she's coping with some things, which we'll get into it when we talk about her going, you know, when they sit down and talk with Dr. Allie.
Yes.
But I feel that the things that Keke is hiding is also causing her downfall. She's coping not only with the loss of her mother, as she's told Dr. Allie, but also this relationship, which we'll get into, her past relationship and even the relationship with Brandon. I feel like everything is moving at a pace that maybe she's not used to, and she's kind of been used to coping with things, probably with alcohol. Don't know if she does anything else, that's her business, but we see that alcohol has played a part. And we see that Brandon's issue with the alcohol is because of his past, which I think I spoke about that last week. Is he seems like he has a past trauma with alcohol, which is causing him to have such a strong feeling towards it and not wanting that to be something that he is around or wants his partner to be have an issue with.
Right. No,
But
absolutely correct.
what do you feel about their communication and conversation with this, and then Brandon getting up and walking away? Like,
Well, that's
how
what-
do you feel about that?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's just like Brandon said in the conversation, right, in the living room, which was this picture right here, that, you know, he wanted to talk, but he did because now, Brandon, I will say, you did cook for all those people, right? And that made you tired, but also, too, in the words of GG9, you make time and arrangements for things that you want to care about. So, if you had time to cook, you can have time to do it. And not to mention, too, I feel like sometimes people think conversations are going to be longer than they think it's going to be. And that's based on our mental peripheral vision of what's in front of us. You know what I mean? It's almost like, oh my God, there's a monster coming. Well, I'm not seeing anything, but I'm scared. But it's not in front of you. I know it's not in front of me, but I feel it around me. Okay, it's one thing to feel, it's another thing to see. And I just, you know, from their exchange, GG, I mean, they said that they were tired of each other, and it was a cute type of energy. And
Yeah.
Keke is trying not to mind his own business, and I just felt like Cinco said, it really was communication. And I don't think, and you know what, this is the thing, I think that Keke is coping, and Brandon doesn't know how to cope. And I remember from Temptation Island when it was Braylon. And Braylon was at one of the bonfires, and he talked about his childhood. And Mark L. Wahlberg said, okay, there it is. How do you know how to be in a perfect relationship when you've never had an example to aim for? Because you have had to try to exist the best way you can. You've never been able to live. So to me, it seemed like with Keke, she's been able to have a vice because she's had the space to have a vice. And with Brandon, because maybe he has built himself up to not be able to breathe, it's better to be on the verge of a heart attack than to be still and not have it. Because at least you know you are not crazy. If that makes sense. But yeah, that's how I feel about that.
Yeah, that I feel like that. And I actually okay, so I understand Brandon feeling the way that he did when it came to him cooking, because that right there was disrespectful. Like, that's supposed to be a couple, you know, something that couples do to come together. Like, this is supposed to be a connector for you guys. This is something where you have to learn communication and you have to learn trust, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that is a great exercise for what they're going through. So for her to just completely, oh, you don't feel like cooking, but just like you said, you wasn't helping cook, but you were surely drinking. If you can sit out and drink, you can come in here and cook. If you can walk around in the backyard, you can come help and cook. If you know that you're going to eat, you can come help and cook. So I'm not just going to pacify Keke. Keke is definitely a sweet girl, but still, she has to own up to the things that she has done to cause certain rifts with Brandon as well. Because I feel like maybe Brandon would not be as upset if she was putting in more. She is seeming to distance herself and to drink. And that was another thing, is that they don't drink together. It's not like they're drinking to have fun, or they're drinking to communicate, or they're drinking to connect with each other. It's just her drinking and him doing, like, they're doing their own thing. They're separate. They're not coming together as a couple. So how are you going to connect when it comes to issues? How are you going to communicate that when you can't even communicate just regular, just regular communication? Like, you can't just, it seems like even saying, hi, how are you doing is a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not even like real genuine feelings that are happening right now. And I actually want to just take a second and just read a couple of comments that we have. So So Lethea Johnson says, I knew the drinking was a trigger for Brandon. However, he needs to heal from his past separately from Keke, which I definitely I agree to as well. Coco Shea Butter 18 says, that man with the big girl, meaning Brandon, is so red flaggish. It's not even funny. And what's scary is the people in the comment section missing it. Do you see red flags with Brandon? I mean, I do, but and Lethea Johnson also said these ladies are exhausting. I mean, I agree. They kind of are. And then nuns
exhausting.
Yes, says the ladies are exhausting. Which I can agree with some of them.
No, I agree. I was just wondering if they thought the men were exhausting too, because it seems like it's exhaustion on both sides.
Yeah, there definitely is some. She also said, same person who said the ladies were exhausting, the same person says these men, apart from Irvin, Cinco, and Chris, are just ugh.
Okay, so there it is. Okay,
yeah,
I like it when it's balanced. That's
right,
not for
right.
gender purposes, y'all. Just right is right, wrong is wrong.
Hold on. Malkia says, now this is about Clavassier. Looks like
yes.
Sneaking off to eat a bacon grease toasted sandwich after a vegan meal, then getting bad MS. I don't know. Intuition saw through your deception and you're still being deceptive. Yuck. Got the nerve to ask her to show you respect. If you don't go somewhere, Mr. Gynecomastia, I'm sick. I'm gone. I'm off here.
Gynecomastia.
Oh, gynecomastia. I'm sick. I just, you know what?
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Mr. You know what? Okay. Okay. Yep. But yeah, I mean, I agree with that, because I mean the ladies have been exhausting, and we'll get into that, because right after the conversation with Brandon and Keke, Brandon goes in the house and he starts talking to everyone in the house about the conversation basically that he just had with Keke. Now him and Keke left on bad terms. Like, he's basically said he was through with her or tired of her. She said she's tired of him. Like, you know, they left on a discord. There was no connection there. So then he goes inside and he's talking to everybody else in the kitchen about the conversation that he had just had with Keke. Now, in doing so, Alicia was outside. And so she heard the conversation that him and Keke had outside. Now, I don't know if she purposely went inside to tell him this, or if she just went inside the house and heard it and was like, hey, I'm gonna say something. But she takes it upon herself to go in there and tell him basically, like, I mean, and I'm just gonna say this. She was wrong, but she wasn't wrong, okay? So for her to go in and like basically try to say, which she could have just said this, like, hey, instead of talking to everybody else about what's going on with you and Keke, you need to just go talk to Keke about it, which basically she did say that, but that was her whole thing. Is like, hey, instead of you bringing your issues in here to talk to everybody else about it, you need to talk to the person you're having the issue with, because we can't help you out with that situation. That's something between you and her.
Right.
And it was taken the wrong way by Brandon. I feel like, of course, he felt some way because Alicia, who basically could be considered an outsider in a way, came in and was telling him about his relationship and what he should do. And it didn't have nothing to do with her. So basically, he felt like she was in his business for no reason.
Right.
What do you feel about that? Do you feel like Alicia was right? Or, I mean, I feel like she was right because of what she said. That is very true. Instead of coming and telling everybody else your business, keep it with the person that you're having the issue with. Y'all communicate that, because the people who you're talking to, they can't help you. They're not going to be the ones that can solve your relationship. It's between you and the person that you're in a relationship with.
Absolutely.
But I also feel like she was wrong because, like I said, I don't know if she just went in after him to say this or she was just in the house and heard it. But sometimes some things are better left unsaid.
Right.
If it's not really something that closely involves you, really not too much for you to say. You know, let him vent and do his thing. And honestly, he was right. Brandon said to her, like, hey, you need to worry about Irvin. You got your whole man that you need to worry about. You got a whole relationship that you need to worry about. Don't be worrying about what's going on over here with me and Keke. Worry about your man. What did you think?
Yeah, it definitely gave me Chris and Jody energy for sure. And let me think of the statement that the young people say. Not to say that I'm not young before I'm saying people. Right message, wrong messenger. Now, I feel that if Jay were to say, hey, listen, I know we're all in this experience together, but do you feel that maybe you just came in here to take a break, and because you're taking that break, it's causing discord? Right message, right messenger, because Jay has not been a hindrance. She's been a resource. It's just like medicine. Medicine is better when it's flavored. And I feel like that's what happened with Alicia. If Alicia was about her business, Brandon would have been able to tell you better. But because she's not about her business, according to Brandon's point of view, that's why he got upset.
Absolutely. And that's what I agree upon, is the fact that, hey, get your relationship under control first. Don't try to stick your nose in someone else's business when your business is dirty. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, why would you? I mean, and that is so true. If you know there's a person who, okay, prime example, you're not going to take financial advice from somebody who doesn't even have a savings account.
Correct.
You know, you're not going to take lifestyle decisions. You're not going to take advice from somebody about your lifestyle when they haven't had control of theirs. You know, so for it to be where she comes in and, oh, you have this advice for everybody else, you can kind of tell everybody else about themselves, but you're not looking at yourself. Yeah, I would have had a problem with that too. So I feel like Brandon was completely right with that. Like I would have been upset too. Like, no, worry about your man. And I actually have a lot of respect for Brandon, you know, for him to go to Irvin like, hey, Irvin, your girl, like, listen, I just want to let you know what happened. Just, you know, because Alicia could go back and say anything. She could say that Brandon said this, did this to her, and whatever the case is. But that's not what really happened. You know what I'm saying? So I find it respectful that Brandon actually went to her man instead of him going off on her, or, you know, steady, you know, being disrespectful or even progressing on the conversation that she was having. He stopped it. Okay, worry about your man. Okay, now I'm gonna go tell your man and let him know, like, one, what you said, what I said, and this is that. But we've seen with Alicia, she's definitely not trying to. I feel she's not trying to be a part of this process, really.
No.
And let's just read one comment from Coco Shea Butter about it. She said, Alicia didn't say nothing wrong to that man. You complaining to everybody and not getting no resolution with your own lady. I hate lying ass, simple ass, crybaby, weird energy ass male folk.
Mm-hmm.
Those were Coco's words, not mine, but she said it. She said it.
I cannot. Gigi was like, wait a minute, Your Honor, hold on. Say, I am reading evidence, not evidence, evidence from Discovery. Okay? This piece of the record I didn't put on the record.
Right. I'm like, wait a second, it wasn't me. Okay, it wasn't me.
I thought Shaggy it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Right.
But
okay, and then Malkia says, oh no, here, go ahead and I'll read what Malkia says.
No, I was just going to say that song perfectly describes this season. She was pictured butt naked, hanging around next door. Because basically, for those of you who don't know, Shaggy, it wasn't me. It was basically a guy cheating, and he said it wasn't cheating, but there's evidence, and it's a song of him trying to ramble himself out of it. That's basically this season. You had a child, it wasn't me. That's basically this season. Go ahead with the comment.
Yeah, that isn't. Let's see. Malkia says, Alicia has body issues, medical recovery, stay in folks' business, and is the least emotionally regulated person here. Just wasting the Haitian man time talking about what's wrong with the men. I believe it. Yes, I see that. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, when it comes to this whole thing with Alicia going in there, yeah, we see that one, she, like you said, right message, wrong messenger. If it was somebody else, or if Alicia was actually doing what she needed to do with Urban and was actually being, reciprocal and, actually trying to grow their relationship, then it would have came off a little bit different. Yep. But you're not even doing that. Like, it doesn't even seem, you know what? They are definitely Jody and Aaron, because the separation, you don't see the communication between them. You don't see any sparks. There's no, they just don't mix. They're oil and water. It just does not mix. But yeah. So after they got into it, like I said, Alicia walks off, and she's upset or whatever, but Brandon goes and talks to Urban and let him know, like, hey, Urban, this is what happened with Alicia. She came in and said boop the bop bam. She was basically in my business and talking about something that she doesn't need to, and I even told her she needs to worry about you more. Brandon said this to Urban, and Urban, you could tell by Urban's his posture, his face, you could just tell, like, he's over this shit with Alicia. He's over it. It's the same thing, and he is over it. So he goes and he talks to her about it, pulls her, into the living room so that they could talk about, basically her being in everybody's business, but, like, hey, tone it down. You don't really have to be in people's business. People don't like that. Like, this is what's going on. He's trying to explain to her in a very respectful way, but of course she does not take it that way. Everything is, oh, you're being this way to me, and oh, this is just messing with my mental and my body and all this. Okay, girl, if you've got those issues, and anytime somebody says something to you or corrects you, and it's hard for you to take accountability for it, girl, why are you here?
That part.
Why did you come?
And then, not to mention too, she said maybe it's the spirit of the house. The house is a conduit. What you bring into the house is on you. In the words of Olmec from the Legends of the Hidden Temple, a 90s game show, he gave you different ways to get to the artifact. But at the end of the day, at the beginning, middle, end of the day, he said the choices are yours and yours alone. So don't be upset that you played yourself and you in the middle of this situation with this temple guard because you didn't have enough gumption to own up to responsibility. Miss me with that. No, sorry.
Right.
If you haven't seen Legend of the Hidden Temple, it was a great game show. That's besides the
Was
point. But
absolutely a great game show.
The
But,
choices are yours alone. And it's true. She's making
Yeah.
bad choices.
Absolutely. And then what you in this episode, like we're not even gonna say this episode, but all of them that involves her, it's always the same thing, especially when Irvin tries to talk to her about something and it's like, hey, and honestly, I don't feel like he's coming from a bad place.
No, he's not.
I will give Irvin that. He is not coming from a bad place. He's actually coming from a place of care. And it really did start off where he was like, and it's not even where he was trying to correct her, but it was getting an understanding. It was making sure that they communicated well and was trying to grow and connect with each other, but she's not allowing it. She's putting up these barriers, and then she keeps using, just like I said before, people will use medical conditions as a crutch, and they will use that every single time to make it where
Correct.
If something doesn't go right, or something's not their way, or something is against him, in a way, in a sense, just like, somebody correcting you. You can't take constructive criticism. So, your medical condition is, it's flaring up because you're being loud when nobody's yelling. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always going to be an excuse of why something or why she's some way. It's because of her medical issue. If that's the case, honey, why are you here? Once again, why did you come to this show? You said you've been working on yourself. Work on yourself a little more.
Yes, because the work that you do is not working. Not working. Shrek 2, by the way. Mother's working. To that point, even Irvin said, listen, I want to protect you as your man, but I'm not going to fight everything, especially if you cause everything on yourself. He said it very calmly.
Yeah. Yes, he did. He did.
Like, yo, I don't get simping at all. This ain't going against, the Black Brotherhood, this, that, and the third, or Black women, da. What happened to just right is right and wrong is wrong? Like, how?
Right.
I sincerely do not know what that became a crime, because it's like, Gigi, I'm equal opportunity around here, just like you are. If Irvin acted the same damn way, and Alicia said those same words, as your queen, I want to protect you, but I can't protect you with everything if you cause everything. Will we not be on Alicia's side?
Right. Absolutely.
So, like, y'all.
And then she goes with the Namyo Hore Kekyo. Girl, stop.
Wow.
How about you just made me have to speak in tongues? Girl, stop it. Please.
It was your tongue that
she's
was moving.
Exhausting. It was your tongue that made you even have to sit there and pray. Because if you wouldn't have got up in somebody else's business, you and Irvin wouldn't have been having that conversation, and she wouldn't have been and that's something. She cannot take accountability for anything.
Not a thing.
No, and even when she talked about it, the whole accountability, I'm done, I don't want to talk about this anymore, and then you want to start praying in tongues. Girl, if she dramatic.
Alicia, you might as well sing the song. That's why I prayed. That's why I prayed. I just prayed just to make it to death. I'm sorry. That was the song.
Listen, if that's but just like you said, she's giving off them Jody vibes because,
yes.
Okay, so you don't want to do this with Irvin, but you're so quick to go and talk to Brandon.
That part.
You'll do yoga with Brandon, but you won't do it with Irvin. What connection do y'all have?
Exactly.
Where is the connection? I don't see communication. There's no eye contact. There's no touching. No. I feel like Irvin definitely deserves better.
For sure.
I'm not saying that Alicia does not deserve happiness. She absolutely does, but I just feel like this is not her time. At least not on this show. Irvin, I don't feel like is her person. And I feel like she has a little bit more work to do on herself before getting into this relationship like this. You cannot commit to someone else when you're not even fully committed to yourself. And I don't feel like she's there yet. She's still in a process. Just like she said, she's got this immune deficiency that has come about, and she's been working on her health and her mental state and her body and all that. That is great that you work on that, but do not use your so I call this I'll call it a medical warfare. Okay? Because you're using your medical condition as a weapon for any situation that comes your way that you don't like. You're pulling this out as a weapon every time. It's because you're sick. Oh, you can't handle this, and you just shut down, and oh, you don't want to do this kind of communication because your body and because come on, stop it.
No, absolutely. I mean, to be real with you, she's given, how can I put this? She's a refined Sienna from Sienna and Brandon.
Ooh, shoot, not Sienna.
She's a very refined Sienna. I think I butchered her name earlier, but for those of you who don't know, like I said, season 1, you can binge it in a weekend. I promise you. It's only 10 episodes. But I say that Sienna and Brandon because everybody was rooting for Brandon. I mean, it was like Brandon waking up and him having an existence was a crime. And with Alicia, she's just more refined than Sienna. Now, of course, granted, okay, we do not know what has happened to the season 1 couple, so maybe they have evolved, right, Gigi? Because we all were somebody yesterday. We're definitely somebody today. We're without
absolutely things definitely could have happened. Even though we talked to the cast of the season 1 after the fact, we talked to them after the show aired, and even during the show when we were reviewing it, we had the cast come up and talk to us and stuff like that. But yeah, we don't know what happens to them after the show. That's one reason why we need a reunion, because I want to know.
Without question. And I bring up that fact to give love, grace, and space to Sienna that she might have grown up. Keyword might. But on the show, she was a headache. And this is just a refined version of Sienna as a headache. Because I'm just like, you're not that amped as Sienna, but you're just as annoying as her.
Listen, I feel like she is a Sienna and Jessica. Call her Sienica.
Go to court. Go to the damn court. Go to the damn court for 5 minutes. We'll start a timer.
Damn it, I just got out the corner. Okay, fine. Always sending me to the corner. Damn.
But no, I was sending you to the corner for the smoothness of how you did that. Because that's very true.
Definitely. But it's just so crazy that you have one as people, okay? We're going to talk as people right now, not even just as, colored people. But as people, dating is hard enough already, okay? It's hard enough to find somebody that you can actually connect with and grow with, or even find somebody who's willing and wanting to give themselves and their all and actually show you who they are genuinely, which I feel like that's what Irvin does. Now, as colored people, we already have a bad stigma when it comes to dating. Why the word just slipped my head, just slipped me. But, dating and even commitment is there's a bad stigma around us, basically, that we're non-committal, don't have healthy relationships. Women are argumentative. Black women especially are argumentative, controlling. You have women now who are classified as masculine just because, they're the head of the household, which, this is a generational curse that has happened way back when, caused by the destruction of the white people. We'll just say that. But to come on a show where you are supposed to show your relationship, and not only are you showing your relationship, but you're representing what relationships look like in our society.
Correct.
When you have someone like Irvin who's willing to give himself and is actually trying to come and meet you halfway, and you're not even trying, that gives so that's one reason I'll say, I did not want to say this, but I'm gonna say it, but that's one reason right there why Black men turn to other race women. Because when you're trying and you're trying with your own race and you keep on going and you're steady getting, you're getting attitude, or you're getting that push away like she's given, okay, you're going to be pushed away and you're going to go elsewhere.
Yes.
And it's not even just Black men, it's Black women, or just it's people, period. You can push a person to a whole nother race or even gender just because of having so many issues with, the person that you're with. To me, like I said, I just don't really understand her whole point of being here when this man is trying to give you his all. He is sitting down, he's communicating, he's not yelling, he's not arguing with you. He's trying to tell you some genuine things that will help you. And you're taking it as though it's just the worst thing. Why is she here? Get her off the show. If this is one where you can be eliminated, get her off.
No, I'm with you because at this point, and that's why I've always thought, Gigi, when it came to, I think I said this last episode, that I know that we have a thing of being with our own culture, for us, by us, of us. But if there is a Black woman that's with an Indian, a white person, Chinese, what have you, and they are, listen, you coming for her, you coming for me, and I will not give a fuck about how you recover. That's mine. And that Black woman is happy, but she did not forget that she is fully Black. Let her be prosperous, because at least that means we still have another Black person. Vice versa with a Black man. Because at some point in time, it's not that there are bad, it's not the point that there are bad Black women. It's not the point that there are bad Black men. It's just you had a bad person. Damn.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like the more we say it's bad Black men, it's bad Black women, it's bad white men, it's bad white women. Let me ask you, what was your Dana history? Well, what does that matter for? Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, in the words of DJ Cal, congratulations, you played yourself. Because now you actually got to own up to whatever shit you did. So you might be using that as a mental security blanket to stay under your shit. And I don't mean actual shit, y'all. I mean your own problems, okay? Roll with me. You stay under your mental blanket to avoid your problems. When if you actually get up out the bed and walk around, you might actually find out what you're looking for could be in the world. But if you stay under your mental blanket, nobody knows you exist.
Right.
Because you allow your past to dictate a future that could be for you. But hell.
Yeah. And you're also letting your past come in and break up what you could hold in the future. Like, it's taken away from your future.
Yes. When
you have your past and your present, there is no future. You need to let go of that past.
Absolutely.
So, that's absolutely right. And I want to see her sit down with an expert, Dr. Allie or anybody, just sit down and have that conversation about what it is that has her disconnected like this. Right. Is it just her medical issues, or is it her? Right. Because this could possibly have nothing to do with her health issues. It could just be her. Which honestly, it seems like it's just her. But moving on.
By the way,
so next,
it was fun. By the way, it was funny that that Alicia said that Irvin was flaming hot Cheetos. I'm like, you do realize flaming hot Cheetos are actually a popular snack, right? Like, I'm just saying, flaming hot Cheetos are more popular than your existence right now, based on your behavior. But that's neither here nor there. So, with that being said, I just thought that was hilarious. Like, really? Just, oh, child. Okay. So now we're with Dr. Ali. I think that's where you were going to go next, right, Gigi? I just had to bring that up because I'm just like, really, you're missing the whole point of what Irving is saying.
Mm-hmm. And let's just read this because Jenny says, which say Alicia is so annoying. She wants to hold everyone else accountable, but once someone tries to hold her accountable, she needs to re-regulate. Laughing my ass off. And that's so true. Shaking my head says Alicia gives herself permission to activate everyone around her, but the moment you activate her, here she goes speaking in tongue and talking about how she needs to regulate. Like, girl, get over yourself.
Yep.
Somebody else says Alicia is irritating and Keke is lazy. Well, damn.
Well, okay then.
Okay. Well, damn. Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Speaking of Keke, here we are with Dr. Ali. That was a shift.
Right?
Damn.
Okay.
I mean, Kiki's a lot of things now, but Keke is at least somebody you want to root for. Good damn. But to that point, we're Dr. Ali and this session with Keke and Brandon. And I would say this is probably one of the most productive conversations that I think they have ever had on anything. Now, we all know that this is called the Never Ever Mets, but for them to have more peace in this conversation than them being in the house, that's a problem. Gigi, go ahead with your take.
No, I agree with that. This was definitely a really, really good conversation. I feel like we were able to find out both perspectives, where they're coming from, where Brandon was coming from when it comes to his disdain with alcohol, or not even just like him drinking alcohol, but people be drinking to excess. I like the fact that Dr. Ali was able to let Keke know, like, hey, well, this is what is considered, excessive. This is, is the borderline. 4 drinks. She said she drinks sometimes 7. Okay, yeah, that's a bit much, especially if you're drinking like that every single day. To Keke's like, we're on vacation, but I remember Brandon's like, this is not a vacation. But to Keke, this could be it's a vacation. If you live in another state and you come out to California, it's a vacation. I don't care what you're doing. Business-wise, you're still going to try to have some type of fun at some point when you come.
Yeah, I didn't feel like that was a big deal when she said that.
Yeah, no, she's having fun.
I get Brandon, and you know what? Honestly, tell you the truth, at least Brandon was real about, hey, can we at least recognize why we're here, which is child more than most on Ray love this season.
Right. Oh, don't even. Ugh. Don't even. Yeah.
But I wanted to bring that up because at least he recognizes why they're here.
Absolutely. And you know what? That right there is a good point. That is a very, very good point. The fact that he can recognize that they are there for something more than just a vacation. Yes, you can have fun, but the thing is, can y'all have fun together? Can this be a vacation for both of you? Is this just one-sided? Like, Keke, if you're thinking about yourself and you just want to drink and have fun with everybody else, okay, fine. Take it as it's a big party. But that's not what it is. And you are so right. Brandon recognizes that this is not a vacation. This is not a party. This is not the mansion party that, people like to throw out here. This is not that. This is a time for them to get to know each other and actually try to grow in their relationship. Now, there have been a lot of comments that are speculating that Brandon might be a little sassy. I don't know. But what I do know is he is speaking up for himself, which is good. He's not just, allowing things to just get swept under the rug or, to culminate or just to come together and then explode. He's speaking on things as they happen, trying to get resolution. So I definitely respect him for that. And like you said, he knows what the goal is and what they're here for. And I feel like he's more serious. Keke might be more playful, which is fine. But at some point, you're going to have to come together, communicate, and really get an understanding of why you both are here and if you want the same things.
Without question.
And I feel like that was a great thing with them doing this with Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali's great.
Oh, absolutely.
She asked the right questions. She was listening. I feel like this might have been a great step for the both of them.
Without question.
But yeah, she asked about the alcohol, and Brandon lets her know, like, hey, in my past, I have trauma with it. I've been around people who were alcoholics and seen what they went through. My mother was, had boyfriends, and my stepdad was an alcoholic, and, I seen what happened then. So he doesn't want to fall down that path, which is, it's respectful.
Totally.
Now, what I did not like is the fact that Keke expressed that she knew about his past trauma and how he feels about alcohol, but she's still not considering that maybe she's drinking to excess or where he's coming from when he says it. You're not taking that in consideration at the time that he's talking to you about it, but you know that this is something that he's gone through. So to me, Keke, that's wrong to me, and I feel like Keke could do better because I feel like she's a lovely girl. Like and that just made me sound so old. I'm sorry. She's a lovely girl. She's so lovely.
Know what? It was so funny because I was out with some friends last year for Halloween, and I was saying, I talked to that young lady, and they're like, "Dude, you don't have to just say she." I talked to that woman over there. I'm like, yeah, this is the way I was raised. so you can take the boy out of Arkansas, but you can't take the Arkansas out of the boy. So it's just a sign of respect.
Right, absolutely. I mean? But yeah, she's a lovely young lady. She just, she does have some issues of her own.
Yes.
But that's the thing is, in a relationship, you have to, have worked on yourself in order, you have to work on yourself before you want to jump in a relationship. I'm not gonna say you have to, but you should, because a lot of people don't. They have fucked up personalities and they just get up in fucked up situations and they're like, oh my God, why is this happening? Well, think about it.
Right.
But I feel like that work on herself would definitely help her. I love the fact that she is confident and in her skin. You can tell that she's okay with herself.
Yes.
But
she carries it well too. Absolutely.
She does. She absolutely does. I was looking at the outfit that she had on when they went to play Top Golf. I was like, okay, girl. Yes. But I still feel like she has some work to do as well.
Absolutely.
Now, Dr. Ali, after they talk about the whole alcohol situation, Dr. Ali has Brandon leave.
Yes.
Please put up the picture of Brandon by himself when he's walking away, because honey, I was like, what is this? What is this posture and pose? What are we doing?
I mean, this was like he rose up after Benny Hinn said, "Oh, Brandon, so you want the fire, huh? 1, 2, 3, fire! Praise you, Jesus." Hallelujah.
I was like, is he happy that he's getting up, or you know what is so funny is that picture just did like the firecrackers at the top that look like lightning. So his hand is up and it looked like lightning.
Yes, without question.
Oh my goodness.
I want to bring up something that Dr. Ali said. Now, I don't know if this was the thing that you were going to bring up. But I want to bring this up because the thing that me and you have both agreed on with this show is that this is one of the best shows, not just produced for the Oprah Winfrey Network, but really this is one of the best shows on reality TV. Period. Because even though they only have 21 days, they give a fuck about those 21 days.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they do.
Experts that they bring in and the activities and the fact they are allowing these stories to breathe is chef's kiss, because Dr. Ali, as, Brandon and Keke, what is your drink limit? And Brandon said his drink limit is 3. Keke said her drink limit is 2 to 3 drinks and 2 to 3 shots. So 6 to 7. And then Dr. Ali says binge drinking is 4 drinks. And for women, it's less. I wanted to add that to the conversation because that will also give you context for what Gigi is going to talk about when it comes to the conversation about loss. What did you think of that, Gigi, with Dr. Ali being the amazing doctor that she is, adding that context, which usually in reality TV, you don't get to have experts be that real. You know what I mean? Experiences like that. And what I mean by that is, okay, how are you feeling? How does that make you feel? And it's a surface level conversation. But here, and I'll put it like this, it's almost like going to Disneyland and you have that burn that keeps the outside world out of Disneyland. No, they say fuck the burn.
Right.
This is the real world, and I'm bringing the real world here because you gotta go back out into it after. Go ahead, Gigi.
No, I like the fact of, like I said, the questioning of Dr. Ali, the way that she was presenting the questions, she was listening to their responses, and she was actually giving true feedback. So when she had asked Keke about, she asked actually, both of them, how much do you drink? And she let Keke know, like, listen, these are the studies, and studies have shown that 4 drinks is binge drinking. And like you said, she said it's less for women. But then she followed it up with the question of, has something happened to make you drink excessively? What's causing you to drink, basically? And that's when Keke let it be known, like, hey, my mom just recently passed away. And she's, this has been a struggle for her. Dr. Ali also let it be known, like, hey, my father passed away in 2020, so she can relate to Keke when it comes to that loss. Now, everybody deals with loss in their own way. Keke deciding to drink is her way. She could also, and y'all, please don't come for me, but she could also be using food as a way to cope as well. Because food is another coping mechanism.
Correct.
You can have unhealthy eating practices that you do. There's a lot of people who are emotional eaters, and that's why they gain weight so fast. You have other people who don't eat because they're emotional, so it makes them lose weight. Like, it's different. Everybody has a different way to cope with their feelings and their tragedies or traumas that have happened. But Keke also mentioned again that this is a vacation. So I have to ask, the question of, what is Keke's motive? Are you here for a vacation? Was this really just a vacation for you? Or are you here to really build on what you and Brandon have?
Right.
But then she lets it out also that, hey, she's had a bad relationship in the past. Her ex was her first love. He ended up cheating on her, and there was some, pregnancy scares and different things like that. And it has made her, retreat. She's kind of lost herself and lost her way. But then the question was also asked, well, how long ago was this? So she says 4 months ago.
Yeah.
But
by the way,
her and Brandon been talking for what, 4 years?
4 years. And the gag is, as the young man would say, her, Keke and her ex, they've been together for 8 years.
Mm-hmm. And they're still living together.
Yeah.
So that's something else. Okay, not only is this your first love, and y'all were together for 8 years, but you're still living together, and it's only been 4 months that basically y'all called it quits. So in this entire time that she's been dating Brandon, she's been with someone else.
Correct.
So that takes away from that innocent, sweet Keke. Like, no, you're deceptive too.
Correct. No, absolutely.
And that right there is, yeah, Keke, you're hiding.
Yeah.
Now this is Brandon sitting while she's sitting there talking about she's with her ex. Brandon talking about, Keke, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me.
Good Lord.
Okay, I'm back in the corner. I'll go back in the corner.
10 minutes this time. I'm doubling the time. By the way, Justine Bowles said this a while back. She said she is going to get pregnant. Now, I don't know if that's Keke or Charli. Hopefully it ain't Charli.
Probably Charli.
No, as Jared said when they were in the sand, they have more than enough kids. Just keeping that in mind.
Oh, he definitely trying any and every way to get it without putting in, if you know what I mean.
Oh, listen, without question. But no, I really do like the fact that this show really does take care of the cast emotionally. Do you have to? No, you don't. And we have seen shows that have not done that, and they have not been back since they said that the show was renewed, and all you had to do was look up a press release to know that Black Bastard was a damn liar, but that's neither here nor there.
Right, because I was Charli, when I was watching it, I kept seeing down at the bottom the logo for Love and Marriage Detroit. Stop it. Nobody watching that. Yeah, never mind.
But I just wanted to bring that up because, and you're absolutely right, gorgeous, as always. But I wanted to bring up that point because, like I said, do you have to care about your cast? No, you don't. But when you are dealing with these many personalities, with this type of show, it's important to have those containers. And the fact that they are about those containers, not just behind the scenes, but out loud and in front, we need more of that on reality TV. And I'll say this to the networks, right? Give credit to your audience a little bit more and trust them a little bit more than you do. Because everybody knows about the fourth wall at this point, okay? If you don't know about it, good Lord Jesus, it's basically the burn at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. People can recognize that if the fourth wall is broken, but there's a purpose for the fourth wall being broken to make the experience more fulfilling, the audience is usually down for that. Give some leeway to your audience and trust them a little bit more than you do. Because if they can work on this show, it can work on others.
That is definitely true. So true. Okay. Sorry, trying to see where we're at. Hold on.
I think we're at Top Golf now.
But question, what do you feel about this whole Keke and the 8-year relationship? Only been separated 4 months. What do you think?
You know, I'm just like, no. No, like if you're going to break something off, then you have to break it off completely, right? And I just felt like that wasn't cool to Brandon. You know what I mean? Now, you got people supporting you, Keke, but the best thing about media is they promote you. The worst thing about media is they promote you. The only way that people are going to want to promote the good of you is if you promote the truth of you. Now, that wasn't a bar. I don't know what was. If you want people to support the good of you, you got to showcase the truth of you or promote the truth of you. And even though
write that down.
Listen, let me because I told you to write something down earlier and screamed at you.
Right.
With love, of course. With love, of course. In order. Oh Lord, I'm literally typing it out right now. In order for people to support you, you have to promote the truth of you. And it's true. It's absolutely true. Like I said, Brandon, he has those tendencies, but I don't think he has those tendencies to be an asshole. I think he just never I don't think he's never had the resources and the spaces to breathe. I think that's what it is, to be completely honest with you. I don't think Brandon is an asshole. I just think he's never had the spaces to breathe and the resources to be able to work through how to breathe.
Yeah, Brandon definitely. I feel like Brandon's got good intentions too. His intentions are good. But again, like when you have somebody who's not really trying to, take what you're giving or not, is not receptive to communication or even trying to get to know you, what are you there for? What's the purpose? Now you're wasting time, not only your time, but someone else's time. So what is the point of this journey if we're going to veer apart? If we're coming to that fork in the road and you're going left and I'm going right, what was the point in us walking straight together?
Ooh.
Now
you need to write that down. That was good.
You know what? Write that one down. Hold on. Listen, I'm on it today, okay?
Listen, as you often are. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but a lot of these relationships definitely, especially, it's hard enough to date in the real world, but when you're virtually dating someone that you haven't met and then you finally get to meet them, but you're on a television show in order to do it, different personalities are going to come out. But 21 days of filming, you're going to see the real person, and it's going to be caught on camera at some point in time. You cannot hide your true self for that long. It's going to be an issue. Either it's going to be you done got tired of acting because the time you sitting there for 14 hours or 12 hours a day waiting to film, and you're tired and exhausted, and now you got an attitude, you're mad, and now it's going to come out, and they're going to get all of those angles of you.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is not really you,
correct,
then show you. And that's the best advice I can give to anyone who is going to be on a TV show. When you're on reality TV, if you don't want someone to see, don't show them. But if you're on a dating show like this, though, you need to show your real self. There's no way that you, because then it comes as, is this just a game for you? And we've said this, we've seen it. How many times they come on and they just want their 15 minutes of fame. Both of us being media junkies as we are,
yes we are.
We can spot that a mile away,
without question.
And we've done that quite a few times. And it's even on here, it's still the same. Like, you can point out who's here for their 15 minutes and who's actually here to try to be in love and find love, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, moving on, because they're about to go play Top Golf.
Yes, they are. Hang on, let me bring that up here.
So
for those of you who never went to Top Golf, I'm going to blackify this for y'all. Okay. Basically, you take a metal rod and you swing the ball very hard. Okay. Now listen, that is how you do it at Top Golf. If you think there's a joke there that is more of your mindset than mine, I was just saying that because not everybody cares for golf. So we use humor as a conduit to be able to have conversations and commentary. Gigi, over to you.
yes, well, that is definitely, yeah. We'll just say that's Top Golf in a nutshell. No pun intended.
I tried so hard to hold back my laughing.
I see, and I was like, you know what? And me saying that's not gonna make it no better. Okay, but still, Top Golf is actually, it's a really, really fun place to go. It's not like the golf course or the golf range where you're just in this open field. You're normally inside of a building that has, you know, a opening space for you to hit balls.
Yes.
But it's a great place. Normally they have great food and drinks. They have TVs. It's kind of like being at a big bar with a golf course.
Yes.
I mean, it's one of the best ways to explain it. But on the way there, we're seeing, we see the couples in the car and they're talking. Charli and Jared are basically talking about, how happy they are together, even though Charli is nothing more than I'm gonna try to be nice. I'm gonna say she's a Southern comfort. For those who know, they know. Yeah. So honestly, I'm so done with them in this. I'm just so over it. Then you have Jared and Charli in the car. You had Tatiana, Clavassier, Brittany, and Ty in a car. And you could tell Brittany was she was not having it. She was not feeling it. Her whole thing was she was stuck on the fact that Clavassier, this whole vegan thing, because she feels like, hey, that was a lie. Yeah. You lied. And, it's definitely hard to
come back from that.
To respect someone or come back from that, especially once you know that they've lied, and they've lied multiple times. It hasn't been just once. It's been multiple times. But what's so fucked up is you don't even know the biggest secret that they have. That's where it's like, oh shit.
I feel like Clay probably watched the Jackson 5, the American.
Oh Lord!
It's one thing to watch that film, Clay, but it's another thing for that moment to happen to you in real life. Now you could get you a lie, you would cheat. I don't want you. Or you could get Stella and your car exploded with fire and lighter fluid. So with Tatiana, I don't see I don't see a Katherine Jackson upon you, and I don't see a Stella upon you, but I do see options for either one to happen to you.
Right, either one.
Because Jesus, bro, you dig yourself a grave, man. An unnecessary grave at that. Good Lord.
But Alicia was acting like she was Tina Turner. Child. She just had to get. You know what? Never mind. Okay.
Eat the cake out of me.
I don't want him. I don't want it. Anyway. But they're at Top Golf, and at Top Golf, that's when things get topped off. Okay. Yeah. There
By the
was.
way,
There
these
was.
camera people have way too much time on their hands. Like I shouldn't. Like Kiki's fights, I can see them because she's a big girl. What in the hell is everything fanging every time?
Braylon, just know that I did that with you in mind. Okay,
I appreciate you, and you know I love you. Embrace you very much for that. But like even the first season, it wasn't hanging like this.
Oh no! No! There was not.
I mean, every scene hangs. You know what I mean? And I'll say this: I love what I love very much, but also too, there is a joy in loving it. And let me explain what I mean, right? And Gigi, I'm sure that your husband probably has this energy. It's one thing for me to see the thickness that you possess every day, but it's another thing when it's magnified. Because at that point, I'm appreciating you. I'm appreciating the mental you. I'm appreciating the emotional you. I'm appreciating the secret keeper that you are. And maybe this is a bigger conversation for, the world of reality TV to deal with. But I do get a little bit tired. And before anybody says it's, body, shaming or body upliftment, this, that, and third. Like I said about Jared, how the game is driving the rest of the season. I don't want Charli's storyline to be the thing is thinging every time. I want to be able to come to a review with Gigi, our main man Q, and Solana, who we love very much. By the way, just to let you guys know that for sure.
Absolutely.
I don't want to come on with my crew, our crew, y'all too. And every time Gigi gets a picture of Charli, the thing is thinging, but I'm not able to say anything else about it. See, I like thickness that has quality, not just because I can see it in quantity. But don't stop the pictures, though. I'm not saying that. Please
I would say don't stop them. I'm just saying. Okay. Got you.
But does that make sense?
Nobody else got you. I got you. But yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's not, to down or even, uplift the thickness, because, everybody's beautiful in their own body.
Yes.
But yeah, some things, just need a little bit more appreciation.
Yes.
But yeah, but speaking of Topgolf, and even looking at them right there, you would think that, oh, this is a good time. Everybody's, we're getting along, you would think, right? Okay, but it's not happening, because you have not only, which I'm gonna say this, when I saw Urban and Alicia, and he put the ball on the Q4 and got behind her and was helping her swing, she was receptive. I was like, oh my God, she's actually allowing this man to be behind her and hold her hand and guide her. Like, he was guiding her as to what to do, which is a sign of leadership. And when you're in a relationship, especially with women, I mean, some women don't like it, some women do, but for your man to be able to lead you, when you're in a relationship and you actually are with a partner that is able to lead you, it is something beautiful. Because certain stresses and things that you might have worries about, you don't worry so much about, because you have someone who's able to take over that burden for you in a way,
Without question. And I thought that was a beautiful, thing as well. That's almost like y'all go to Outback Steakhouse every Friday, and then you move to. I'm trying to think that because they're okay. Follow the analogy, okay. That would be like if I had me and this person lived in Arkansas, and there's no STK Steakhouse. And we can only go to Outback or the local steakhouse. But then we moved to Atlanta. and we go to STK Steakhouse. It's the fact of, wait a minute, there's an option here and you choosing it because it's available. But more than the fact that it's available, you allow yourself to choose something different. I'm just like, okay.
Right.
I'm not giving you a standing ovation, but I can at least clap my hands once. You know?
Right.
That's what I felt. But child, then that
and yeah, definitely right. I was gonna say it looked like it was actually gonna be a fun thing, and like, hey, we might actually get somewhere with this. Like they might be, here's a nice little pivot for them. No, that didn't work out too well, because not only was it they were sitting down at the booth eating.
Correct.
Which I actually might be skipping some parts, but that's okay because we're going to talk about all the issues that happen at Top Golf. We don't have to go in order, but we're just going to talk about it.
Yep. Because it all happened in the same scene, really.
Yeah. So this scene right here, you have Alicia and Urban, and they're both sitting there, enjoying some food and some drinks. And Alicia's kind of just, she's swaying, she's bobbing a little, dancing to some music or whatever. And Urban looks at her. He doesn't really say much. He just kind of looks at her and she's like, what? I can't dance. And he's like, I didn't say nothing. I just looked at you. I didn't say nothing. And she's saying something else and he goes, you're weird. And I honestly, I don't think that I can't say he wasn't saying it bad in a bad way, but I don't think he was trying to like make it something like bad like that.
It wasn't like a flippant, like you're okay. You are weird.
Yeah. That was just like a nonchalant. You're weird. Listen, I get told I'm weird all the time, and I embrace that shit. I love being weird. I don't like normal. I'm sorry, normal is overrated. I would rather be weird.
That part.
And crazy and all, like, I'm a good crazy. I ain't I'm about to spaz and kill y'all. No, like, I'm goofy as fuck. Like, and I know that shit. And it's good to have somebody who can match my goofy, because sometimes he gets a little bit too goofy and I'm like, dude, you're weird. Like, you are weird.
Right.
So I mean, I don't see that being like a bad thing. And he, like you said, he didn't look at her like, you're just so weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't deal with you with your weird ass. He wasn't being disrespectful. It was just a word, like, especially one, I would say you're weird too. If you are so uptight, you don't dance, you don't really want to, only talking you do is when you're getting up in somebody else's business. You're, you know what I'm saying? You're just so uptight, but then we're out and you're kind of getting loose and, you know what I'm saying, dancing. I'm like, oh, you're weird. You know what I'm saying? Just funny.
And child, that comes up a little bit later back at the house.
Lord, but yes, because she took that shit as if he.
But we'll get to that because that triggered me so damn hard. I'm just like,
oh.
There's no winning you can't win for losing with your ass.
Not at all. I don't understand it.
But let's keep going with everything else that happened. This child, we'll get to that.
Yes, let's go, because listen, that whole point, like you said, we'll talk about that later, because that whole situation comes back up. He was not being rude or disrespectful. Like I feel like he was just like, basically, he might have been just over the shit. Period. Like, one, it's always an issue. Now you want to sit next to me. You want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to act like everything's cool. You don't let me get behind you to help you, guide this ball out. Like, I would feel like some weird shit's going on too. Like, one minute you don't like me, next minute you're okay. Like, that's weird.
Yep.
Sorry, that's weird.
And then we had this scene right here, child. This scene right here. And by the way, shout out to Cinco for being peace in the valley, because Clay took this inch and made it a mile. So, like we've been saying, the situation about Clay lying, and he admits later that, he thought being sneaky and cheating was funny about being a vegan. You better be lucky you had the right vegan, because some of them, they don't play about their veganism.
Yeah, especially Alicia. Alicia don't play about her veganism, so.
Right. So, listen, you need to be lucky about the person you got, because some of them, you will be grateful to have Tatiana. Let's just leave it there. But basically, Cinco says, listen, Clay, I'm gonna make this so simple for you. All she wants you to do is just apologize for eating the food you ate and that you lied. That's all she wants you to do. And y'all, I'm not exaggerating, okay? I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but the energy, and Gigi, you can clarify if there's anything wrong that I'm off with. That was Cinco's energy. Verbatim.
Yeah.
He was that
yeah.
Mom. All she's asking you to do is say sorry to.
Right. That's all she's wanting from you is a simple apology. That's it. That's it. Like, you're okay. Just, but yeah, she definitely won. Let's just Tatiana. I'm not going to say she was wrong in her delivery or how she felt, because even when Cinco was telling him, like, hey, all you got to do is apologize to her. Like, that's really all she wants is an apology. Like, it seemed like that was even so hard. And Tatiana has given this man so many openings. Listen, you might as well just, she done gave this boy so many openings that, hell, there's no way he couldn't walk through.
No.
So she's sitting there and she's telling him, one, she does not like the fact that you lied about this whole, and it's not even the fact of you being a vegan, because you're not a vegan. And she says she doesn't care about her man being a vegan. And you actually stated earlier about her saying her previous boyfriends, none of them have been vegan. And she told Clavassier, I don't mind if you're not vegan. That's not a problem for me. But it's the fact that he initiated the fact of wanting to be a vegan and wanting to be on a vegan diet. And she's helping him with that. But while you're in her face, you're doing all the right things. But behind her back, you're doing something else. And to her, that's a lie, which it is. That's a lie. That's you hiding, and you're being sneaky and secretive about things. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, you're being secretive about things because she didn't know about it.
Correct.
You got other women telling her about it, and the fact that you went to another woman and asked her to fix you a sandwich is outrageous. I don't understand the logic of why you would think that is something okay to do. Not only was it that you are hiding eating meat, but you're going, like I said before, you're going to someone else's woman, not your own woman, but somebody else's woman, for them to make you a sandwich. So, in the way that he ate it, like he has never eaten before. So Tatiana, she's upset. She's telling him, hey, you lied. You're a liar. I don't like it. And she even states to Alexis, what the issue was, and saying, hey, if I don't have a problem with him doing this, but if he can lie about little things like this, he can lie about bigger things. Or what other things has he lied about, And he stood there with that face and said, what do you say? I ain't got to lie to you about nothing.
Right.
Excuse you? But you are.
That part.
And you have. So that right there was another lie.
Right.
So you lied about not being a liar.
Correct. And then he got upset of, do you have to talk with your hands that way? Dude, after she's giving you multiple chances, in this situation, you have no more high ground here, bro. Be lucky she's talking with her hands. Or talk,
Be lucky she's talking at all.
That part.
Because, honey, just like the saying goes, when a woman stops arguing with you, she stopped caring. When she's not trying to make things right, or she's not trying to at least indulge you in this conversation and at least give you some type of way to, to apologize or anything like that. When it's just silence and just don't care, oh, well, you lost her. So honestly, at this point, you take what you get and be happy at the fact that she's even caring enough to communicate with you that she doesn't like the fact that you lied to her. It's not even something that you had to lie about, but you chose to. So now you're putting in her mind what that you either are lying about something else or you will lie about something else.
Right.
And either way, how does that help the situation?
Right. And not to mention too, like the fact that she already called your ass out when you were with Jared at the pool. So she already has this sense, bro, that you ain't shit about your shit in terms of your honesty. So you okay. I'm not simping for Tatiana. I'm just saying right is right, wrong is wrong, because that was just ridiculous. I mean, and Gigi, you have been through many lifetimes. I say that with love, grace, and space, of course. And I'm sure you have homegirls. Can you let me know, out of all the situations that can happen for you or one of your homegirls, how smooth of a situation this was for a guy to get out of compared to all the shit that could happen in a friendship or relationship? This was the smoothest situation to ever get out of. Ever.
Okay, so not even talking about the fact that you are hiding a 2-month-old child. You're hiding an infant. You're hiding a baby. So for her to say, hey, you lying about being vegan? If you can't even open up about the honesty about being vegan, sir, you will lie about your shoestrings.
That part.
Your shoes will be untied and you'll say they're tied.
Yep.
You could look up in the sky and somebody say, oh, look at those clouds. You'll say, no, it's cotton candy. Listen. What? I'm just saying.
Jesus Christ.
But he just, come on now, that right there was the most simplistic lie ever. How do you lie? You know what, Clavassier, if that's even your name. Right about now, he is just starting to irk me. Hey, Linnell.
Hey, Linnell, welcome in. Good to see you, my friend. I mean, that
But
would
yeah,
be like,
this is
that would be like,
crazy.
that would be like, let's just say, and I know your son would not do this because you and your husband have raised good kids. I don't know. I think you have a daughter too, but either way.
Yeah, I got 3 of them little girls.
Understood. So if one of your daughters came to you with this situation, or if your son said, hey, Mom, I lied about being vegan. Okay, well, did you tell her the truth? No. Well, how does she feel about it? Oh, well, she forgives me and she doesn't care. Now, I know you're going off about this being a reality TV show, but I know you'll be like, now, I know you did not come into this room with your existence, in my existence, to waste my time to tell me that all you had to do was do the right thing that I raised you to do.
Right. And see,
is this the time that did you make time to be this out of it today just to have something to do?
Listen, and I have the opposite problem when it comes to my kids. Okay, I have 5 total, 3 girls, 2 boys, and they're all, they all have their different personalities,
right?
But they're all the same when it comes to telling the truth. And that is something about my kids. I'm like, y'all, I know I raised y'all to tell the truth, but some shit y'all can keep to yourselves. Like, I don't need to know all the truths, okay? Like, girl, especially my oldest. Like I said, she's 23, and that little girl will call me with stuff, and I'm like, ooh, listen, I am your mom, but there's certain things I don't want to know of right now because you're older. Like, it's different when I'm changing your diaper and I'm having to do stuff for you. But girl, you're grown. I don't need to know about certain escapades. Okay, just put that in a box and keep it. Like, girl, you're talking too much.
Lord
You're telling me way too much. Just like, okay, so funny thing, my oldest son, so he's in college, and one time he was in his girlfriend's dorm.
Yes.
And I said, what are y'all doing? I said, you're over in the dorm and it's late. And he's like, Mom, all we was doing was praying. I was just laying hands. Excuse me? Okay. All right. Okay, son. All right then. Well, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wait a minute. He said, listen, I have some 7th Avenue body peach oil. And it said in Peach Relations 69 and 7 that if I am to receive blessings, then I have to be a blessing by rubbing down this 7th Avenue peach body oil. So I was praying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Filled with the Holy Spirit. I was in a baptism. And then afterward, we talked about the Lord in Bible study. I read her chapters and she read mine. I cannot.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? You know what? Go, you know what? Just I'll talk to you later. You just finish your homework. Just I'll talk to you later, son. Because I got to go pray my damn self. I don't even know if I want. I got to pray about getting these thoughts out of my head. I don't.
Wait a minute. He was at her home.
He was in her dorm. Yeah, in her dorm. I said, son. We're spending the night in our girlfriend's dorms now? Is that what we're doing? How about y'all have Bible study last night? No, you didn't. I know you did. Where's the Bible? Oh, it's on your phone? Okay. Moving on. But yeah, so
I could bring home the Bible because the version I had, I can't take it home with me.
I said, son, what in the world is you know what? Okay. You know, my daughter the same way. Like, she tells me stuff and I'm like, girl, sometimes I have to catch myself because my reactions be so quick. I'm like, oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, baby. I'm so sorry. I
love how you are a parent, but you still are black with your reaction. Like,
listen, I'm gonna give y'all an example and see. Listen, my kids know I'm a content creator. They have my page. They know I talk about them. They know. Listen, mom has no filter. That's why we have no filter. We're her offspring, so we know. But my oldest one day, she had told me. I think she had just turned like 21 or something like that. And she calls me up. Like I said, my kids call me and tell me stuff. And I'm like, y'all keep this to yourself. But this day she calls me and she's like, Mom, so I just want to let you know, I had to take a plan B. And my first response was, bitch, where was your plan A? I was like, oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Of course you would say that quip. Okay, go ahead.
I had to catch myself because, like, I don't like to call my kids out their name, but that's the first thing. Bitch, where was your plan A? Excuse you? Okay, hold on. I am not trying to be no grandma right now. Wait a minute. I don't know what we're doing with our lives, but that's not it. But yeah, no, when it comes to telling the truth, like, that's why I think I go so hard when it comes to truth, because I have this problem where I'm brutally honest, and sometimes it gets me in trouble. So I gotta be like,
you don't say.
Don't say that.
Not that I know anything about that myself.
Oh no, whatever. Yeah, so I don't understand, like, even the little bit of lying, like, sir, do you know how filling avocado toast is? Like, you had this one make you a whole meat sandwich. You could have had some avocado toast and still been fine. But no. But yeah, so I agree with Tatiana and her feelings of feeling like these little lies are going to lead to something else, which we know what they're going to lead to, but she doesn't.
No. I was about to say, didn't Aaron H talk about towards the end, Gigi, and help me here, because you and me both, we and to credit to everybody who reviewed the first season, but being subjective, we did the motherfucking damn thing the first season, please and thank you very damn much. All right,
and we doing a damn thing for this season.
Hello to that again. With that being said, did Aaron H say towards the end that they had some free time afterwards, or not just that, but that when they wanted like tequila or something like that, or I think it was like Chick-fil-A. I think Q pointed that out in one episode, that somebody had like some Chick-fil-A. Don't they have like a budget to get like food and stuff? I mean, the fridge was full of vegan butter and all types of shit. Normally,
so
reality TV, you don't really see a fridge full like that. Not to say that they starve, y'all, okay? Just this show is a little more open than most reality shows. Go ahead, Gigi.
So normally, okay, so this is just coming from production background. So with certain shows or certain filming, we'll say, especially with reality TV, a lot of times when it comes like a show like this, where you have a group of people that's in a house, a part of production's budget is to provide food and drinks. Now, say someone wants something specific, yes, they a lot of times they will have a budget for themselves that they can get things that they want. If there's like a special dietary order, or like you said, somebody wants to order takeout or get more alcohol, which last season, not too many people know this, but they went to the dispensary. So,
yes.
They're able to get out and go, get alcohol or different things that they want. And so we see the filming that they film in the house. Sometimes, and a lot of times, they do go out though. They are allowed to go certain places. Now they can't talk about the film, and they don't have the filming crew around them. But sometimes they are allowed to go out and do different activities while the show is while they're not filming.
And by the way, y'all, that's
not during those 12 hours though, but it's after the filming hours.
And by the way, y'all, that's called a per diem. So let's just say that you had a corporate job, or you were high on the totem pole. Just because you don't have a C-suite position doesn't mean you don't have an important position. But when you go on trips and things of that energy, it's usually called per diem. It happens on shows too, where they like Gigi said, they'll take a certain amount of time out for that. And also too, they've been going out a lot more this season. Have you noticed that? They've been going out a lot more this season than season one. I mean, I know season one was season one, but still.
Yeah, this is only episode 4, so they've only gone out to this Top Golf. They haven't really, they did the dates the same as the first season, like everybody had their one-on-one dates and stuff like that.
Wait, did they not go out somewhere else?
I'm trying to think I know when they did go out, that was one of the times where they went to the dispensary, but they didn't show that they went to the dispensary. What they went and did, what was the bondage, when they did the bondage?
No, this season. I thought that they went out for like guys' night, girls' night.
No, not yet. This is the first time that they've all been out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, only time they went out was in the very beginning when they did their one-on-one dates, when they first met.
My bad, y'all. My bad on that.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, I think you're thinking of first season, because I think they did do like a girls' night and a guys' night, or the girls went. Yeah, it was first season. The girls went one place and the guys went somewhere. That was first season.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, they go out. But yeah, they do have, their per diem and stuff like that. But most of the time, like when it comes to the fridge and in-house, most of the time production, that is a part of their budget, is to make sure that the refrigerator is fully stocked with food. Because they know, one, cooking is going to be a part of the challenge and a part of what they have to go through. So they definitely fill it up. But so moving on to Brittany and Ty, because I did not see that coming.
Ooh, I was just like, what in the flying hell? By the way, y'all, just as a little hee hee ha 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 funny. This right here is going to be a GIF and a meme.
Oh, yeah. That's after. We're gonna talk about that because Alicia having a problem with him falling asleep too. I was like, girl, shut the fuck up. But before we get to that, we're gonna talk about Ty and Brittany because Brittany is feeling some type of way because Ty is more so what she said is he's not giving her any attention. He's not really paying attention to her, not communicating with her, not trying to basically not even acknowledging that she's there, which we kind of seen like the whole time he's yelling out stuff to Jared, which him and Jared seem pretty close, but he's yelling out stuff to Jared. They're talking back and forth. Did not really see any conversation between him and Brittany. They even sat spaced out, so they're, they wasn't really like close together. Do you think that what Brittany's feeling is like, I feel like she's justified. Like, hey, if he's not giving you attention, yeah, go ahead and express that.
No, absolutely, damn justified. I mean, this is the thing. To be so attentive in the beginning, I guess this is why some men and women in the world of dating now usually stay to themselves, of themselves, and by themselves, because I'd rather be my own best friend than for my friendship to be disrespected. For the date to be so good with parasailing and then to come down this low is quite ridiculous.
Yeah.
There was no exchanging of energy at all. Now, when Gigi said there are 12 to 14 hour days, and by the way, hey to the 7 people, I saw y'all in the backstage that we had some people, but hey to y'all, glad to have y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for Thank you for being here and stopping by. And shout out to the 4 people here. I'm sure subscribe to myself and to Gigi's channel as well. But to that point, when Gigi earlier said 12 to 14 hours, I'll put it like this: 12 hours is a good day. 14 hours, and I say that because in the world of film, it's a lot of hurry up and wait. It's the same with reality TV. Now, the reason why some actors and actresses are going towards reality TV is because, for one, like Drew Barrymore said about her daytime talk show, she doesn't have to act a character. Because some people, they get lost in their acting, right? So with reality TV, it's a little bit more succinct because you do have that call sheet and it tells you what time to be there. So in reality TV, it is still some hurry up and wait, but it's not as much as in film, because with reality TV, it's more of a tight deadline than film. With film, you have to be able to film for whatever you need to shoot. Otherwise, that money has to be approved or it comes out the budget. But with reality TV, they have to be done because that's what's on the call sheet. Yeah. So it's a little bit quicker of a process then.
Right. Yeah, but you can see there's starting to be some discord between Brittany and Ty, which we'll also see more and more later on. But even as they're leaving, you can see that there's really no communication between Ty and Brittany. And then the picture that you had actually popped up with Irvin sleeping, you see Irvin and Alicia in the car. Irvin is knocked out.
Child, and when we
that's how you know either you had a good time or you was just tired, because he is knocked out.
I mean, he is snoring hard.
Yes.
I mean, and listen, I've been told that I called the hogs. Allegedly, I have not heard this. Other people say I'm a soft sleeper. So, I really don't know about thine self. Not myself, but thine self. But let me tell you something. This was so he was sleeping so hard they didn't have to add anything in post to make him even sound more sleepier than he was. He was that knocked out. And what was it, Alicia? Or I thought it was somebody else in the back seat with them. Or was that another car? But either way, somebody complained about him sleeping. Because then they shared.
So it looked like in the car it was just Alicia and him, unless they were in the back seat and somebody else was in front of them. But in the other car with Brittany and Ty, Jay and Cinco was in the car, and they was both asleep as well. Jay and Cinco, which they actually have I respect their relationship. I respect all the relationships that are actually true. These ones that are just based on nonsense and lies, I just really can't get with. Right. But so they all get back to the house, and of course, the two sneak leak freak leaks decide they're going to the boom boom room. Yeah, they're finna go reserve their spot in the boom boom room.
Yeah. I don't have that slide. Hang on. I don't think I do.
Yeah, should be a slide of them in the boom boom room, and even the end table that had all the condoms on it.
Oh yes, okay. Hang on, I'll bring that up.
Lord, what were they doing? Why?
Ooh.
They just
that is very thin protection. By the way, just to say this, One Condoms, and there's a black-owned condom company called B Condoms as well. So just because we care about our audience, you know, we joke, kid, and he and Hardy Gaffa, but sincerely,
yeah, stay protected. There's too much going on, and you know,
and me and Gigi, you know, we talk about this offline too. That when you first get started with anything in life, you hope for it to be as big as your imagination. But when you get to this point where you have, you know, people coming in, you know, 2 to 3 times a week and sharing stories and emotions and thoughts, it becomes bigger than you. And so while we joke and kid and, you know, play, and thankfully we are both very professional at what we do. We're professionals at what we do. We take what we do seriously, but we don't take ourselves seriously. But sincerely, that really was thin protection. And I really wanted to promote some actual condoms that actually could protect you, because like Gigi said, life is way too short for you to enjoy life with pleasure. Just keep it
right.
So I saw that one, but I didn't see.
But yeah, there should be one of them too in the bedroom. If not, it's brief because so they kicked the camera crew out.
Yes.
You know, and they think they finna do the woo woo until they look up in the corner of the room and see there's another camera.
Child.
Night vision. They seeing what's going on.
I'm just like, did they really think that they were going to have that much control? I'm just like, yo, really? Like, okay.
Hold on, but then again, I was like, wait a minute, why do y'all have a camera in the intimacy suite? Like, I don't know, because y'all know people gonna go into this suite in order to do their thing, and y'all trying to record it? Y'all nasty. Y'all nasty. I mean, not really. That's just part of life, but still, not everybody likes that. Just saying. But anyway, they say, well, all we did was lay down and whisper sweet nothing in each other's ear. And no, y'all nasties, y'all did the nasty. Y'all did. We know you did, because you admitted it later on.
So basically, Gigi, in the words of you, Jared was being your son and just praying with Charli.
They was just praying and laying hands. That's it. That's it. They was having midnight Bible study. Yeah, that's exactly what they was doing.
Ooh, hashtag late in the midnight hour. Yes.
Oh,
If you've been
goodness.
to a black church, you know, okay?
Oh my goodness. In the morning, in the evening, in the nighttime hours. Yes.
Lord Jesus.
So while they're in the intimacy suite getting acquainted,
Yes.
we go into they was in the women's bathroom, which that bathroom is huge. I like it. Okay.
Yes.
But you had Alicia, Tatiana, and I believe
Child, let's talk about this.
Alicia.
Oh,
yes. And I know there's a picture for that one because child, she was getting on my nerves. So you go ahead and start on Alicia because I'm gonna come after.
You know, here's the thing, right? So Alicia, being the Jody that she is, says that, you know, Irvin called her weird, and that hang on, let me go here. She said that right here. Let's see. She said that some people doesn't mind wanting to be in chaos. And here it is. Alicia said that being called weird was toxic. Just to
right, I was about to say she said it like 3 times, like the word was gonna change.
Right, just to bring some context, right? There was a American, right, of a non-white color, right? And I think he was Dominican. Full-blown American. Got deported. 47 and his administration had to say out loud that they were wrong in deporting him because he was a full-fledged American. 47 is trying to fight back against that. I think his wife got doxxed by 47's administration. So the fact that a racist bigot and somebody who should have been swallowed by Mary 47 has the power to do whatever the fuck he wants to do to destroy people's lives. That's toxic.
Yeah.
Alicia.
And you know what? And speaking on that, something real that I've actually had to deal with is I've had fear for myself, especially with the way that he's doing the deportations and having ICE come. And even if you are or have been in America for a long time, like, you know, he's still deporting people.
Correct.
I have the fear of that because I am not from here. I was born in Mexico. I am an Afro-Latina, so I'm Mexican and Black. But I was born in Mexico. I did not come to the United States until I was 5. Didn't learn how to speak English. You know, it took me a couple of years. But I'm saying that to say that if he can, deport people who have been here in the country for, 20, 30, 40 years, who have businesses and kids and, are married and lives like that, what's not to say that not only could he come get me, but what he's trying to do is bring back slavery in a way too. Like, what is to say that he won't try to get all of us as African Americans out and, take us somewhere that we've never been?
Right.
So, that's something that we definitely have to watch out for. I mean, as a race. But yeah, for her to, this is toxic. No, there's a lot more toxic shit that's going on in the world compared to you saying that because this man said you were weird, not in like some, disrespectful, you're just some, it'd be different. He was like, bitch, you're weird, or you're a weird ass bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, I mean, the kind of attitude, it was kind of weird. The flip flop was weird. Let's just be honest. It was kind of weird. So it's just
no, I just wanted to say,
like, yeah, I was just gonna say, how can you say that? And then you kept saying he's toxic after this. Yeah.
And I wanted to say this to you, Gigi. That was very vulnerable of what you did. my friendship, relationship, and every ship that we can be in together is not determined by that at all. Because there are some people in this world virtually that are better people than the people in real life. So I love you. I value, I appreciate you very much for that.
Thank you. Love you much.
So just wanted to recognize that, because we recognize and invest and elevate our own, protect, and always serve our audience.
And like I said, as a mom, I worry about that too, because, you know, my kids, like, they actually look more Mexican, you know, so it's like seeing that they are half Mexican, like, could my kids get deported? You know, could I be snatched away? And that for us to be in 2025, and that is something that we still have to deal with right now, is if we're going to be ripped apart from our families due to someone else's racist ideologies.
Right.
That's something that's toxic. That's beyond toxic. But for you to say, because this man called you weird, oh, it's only been the second date, he calls you weird, you're trying to find an out. Girl, you had an out when you kept using your medical issues. You had an out when you kept getting into other people's business. You had an out when you basically are telling this man that you don't feel safe because he's expressing himself. Girl, if you want an out, just go.
That's it.
But to try to use toxic in a way like that, no, she's toxic.
Yeah.
And if you're listening, Alicia, you're toxic. You're the toxic one in this.
Without question.
Okay? You have shown how toxic you can be, and then you're trying to pour out that toxicity onto the other lady, especially knowing that they have had issues going on with the relationships that they're in right now. You're pouring out that toxicity, and it's pouring over into their cups. So,
without question,
she needs to check herself.
Without question, and very well said, as you often do, my friend. Because, you know, Alicia said that Irvin was kind and tenderhearted and supportive. Last time I checked, I don't think anybody toxic can be those things, Alicia. Far be it from me to give an opinion. This is in the group chat we're talking about. And then that part that I said earlier, some people are supportive of chaos. Chaos. You know what's chaotic? How about being, and I'm just going to say this, how about Jonathan Majors saying that Megan Good is his Coretta Scott King when the King family don't have their mom and dad? Now, everybody loses their mom and dad eventually. Do not wish that on anyone, regardless of what has happened. No one should go through that. Now, with that being said, imagine you lose your mom and dad. But then imagine your mom and dad did what the fuck they did so your ass can live. And you not able to do anything about it. That you a fucking child. That's chaos, Alicia. This fucking trick, y'all, I don't want to hear it, but Braylon, she's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's niece. She's somebody's this. She's somebody's that. Now, you do not get to say people support chaos and people are toxic when there's other shit that is toxic and is causing actual chaos. You don't get to do that shit.
And to this point, you don't get to do that shit when you're the one causing chaos and toxicity. That's what makes it worse, is when you are steady deflecting. You are pushing off your toxicity and the chaos onto other people, just like you did when you came to Brandon and brought some shit to him about his relationship. Figure out what's going on with yours before you try to bring that shit to someone else's. Stop talking to these ladies who you just heard have a problem. So now you want to bring in this toxicity and this toxic ass ideology of, oh, he said I was weird after the second date. That's toxic. No, you're toxic, and you need to take accountability for that. And that's something that we've been speaking of. Her and her accountability is non-existent. It does not happen. Her and accountability are as far apart as Jody and Aaron was.
Yep.
So yeah, for you to bring in, oh, this is toxic, that's toxic. No, you're toxic. Okay, it's you, and you need to figure out. That's what I said before you do a reality TV show, especially when you have health issues. Get your health issues under control. Get your mental health, your physical health. Figure out if you are even able to go on this journey, because filming and being on camera and being a part of a show, something like this that you know the world is going to see, is not easy. It's not easy on the mind, and it's not easy on the body, especially if this is something that you're really trying to give your all. You're being vulnerable. This is a time of vulnerability. And not only are you being vulnerable with the people around you, but again, you're being vulnerable with the world, because this is televised. Yes. This is not something that just is going to come on at midnight on Saturdays. No, everybody's going to see this. So you need to adjust yourself. Adjust to what you can handle. If you can't handle it, then let it be known, hey, I can't handle it. And in a situation like this, where you have a partner, you're here with somebody, they're supposed to be able to take a load off of you. So if you can't handle it and you feel like you need to take a step back because this is messing with your mental or your physical, that's what your partner is there for, to help you out. In a time where your body is hurting and you feel like you can't do this, okay, well, go to your partner and let them hold you. Let them go ahead and rub you down. Oh, your head is messed up, you're mentally not there. Go to your partner and let them communicate with you. Express to them how you're feeling so that y'all can have an open, honest conversation. Even if it's not about your partner and you're just having some issues yourself, go to them and talk about it so that things can be better. What's the word I'm looking for? Just so that you can have a better relationship. Not only with yourself, but with your partner, and show that you are willing to do that.
A better state of mind, maybe?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You guys can be in a better state of mind and a better space together. But when you cause division and then you start calling out different things about a person that is not true, how do you think that person's going to feel? And if you're showing signs that you can't take accountability, or that you are the toxic one, how do you think that this relationship will progress?
Absolutely. And not to mention,
it's damn near impossible.
Right. And not to mention too, here's the thing. As much as I cannot stand us as Black people and as social media, and believe me, social media and Black people are two completely different realms, I do believe in the same token, we are all not as bad as we hear about ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a mental health issue, if you're going through something and you are about the realness and you own your shit, 10 times out of 10, Black people, social media will ride with you. Mm-hmm. So this has not a damn thing to do with that. But when you are not owning your shit because you rather will hide than thrive, and understand that this does not have to define you, you can define it, it's hard for me to root for you when you're not giving me anything to root for.
Right. Right.
That's what it is. There's no other conversation that needs to happen. And I am sure there are some bitches and some midgets defending Alicia's behavior. But you know what that tells me?
Oh, absolutely.
That means that you have utilized that behavior in your own fucking life. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if you let it fly, it must fucking apply.
There you go. That part right there.
Just
now let's go ahead and move on, because Clavassier and Tatiana are fixing breakfast together. And hold on, I got a picture of them damn eggs, child. I don't know what kind of eggs them was, but they looked runny. Anyway, so he's fixing, their vegan breakfast, and look at them eggs, honey. What kind of eggs are those?
No, those look like oats more than eggs.
I was like, are these supposed to be like cheesy grits or something? But I've seen that it said plant-based eggs. So those are supposed to be eggs. Why do they look so runny? Okay. Anyhow, yeah. So they sit down to eat these runny eggs. that Clavassier made.
Well, I mean, listen, they you know what's really sad, and I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to do it. Tatiana is eating runny eggs, not knowing that his eggs were running and an egg has hatched with a life. Moving on.
She's gonna find out. She's definitely gonna find out sooner or later. She done fucked around and she gonna find out.
Y'all, it was right there. What was I supposed to do? Back to you.
But as they're sitting down and they're talking and they're eating, Clavassier, that's when he basically says that it was a joke to him to eat the meat and the sandwich behind her back, or eat meat behind her back. It was a joke for him. How was that a joke?
To sneak and cheat, he thought it was funny.
Right, to sneak and cheat, it was funny. It was funny to him. How? And honestly, if I was her, when he said those words, I would have had to halt stuff right then and there. Like, excuse me? So if sneaking, it's not even sneaking and cheating, but sneaking and eating. If you sneaking and eating, and like she said before, those little things, if you'll lie about that, you'll lie about big stuff. And you even said it earlier about her knowing, because when he was sitting there talking to Jared, she heard. So she knows he's keeping something. She knows there's something in the back of her mind that's twirling and saying, this man is not being honest with you. But what I don't like is the fact that he's sitting here manipulating her, and she's, forgiving him. She's like, hey, we have a great relationship, and, we're learning to trust each other, and, I'm really liking where we are. So, I want us to continue. And as she's basically saying this, or even talk about, trust and, him not hiding anything, he's feeding his face because he has nothing to say. He cannot say anything right now because he knows that he is holding on to this lie, and he cannot hold on as long as he thinks.
No, not at all.
I'm waiting for it to come out. I'm just waiting for it to happen. It's going to happen. Just don't know when.
Right.
But it's definitely going to happen. But for her to sit there, and she's so understanding, and she keeps giving this man a way out, or just an open door for him to come in and tell the truth. Like, hey, we've gone this far. We're 8 months in. Okay, we can let's be honest and open up everything now, so that 8 months later we're not still, talking about the same things, or things don't come out 8 months later. Like, what is he going to do? Wait till the child's 1 and walking for him to tell her? Like, I just don't like how he's playing her. And she's given him so much respect to give him this out and give him the opportunities to open up, be honest, and them actually progress as a couple. Because I feel like they was a good couple. It's just his lies that are making it where I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like him, and I don't think he's good for her.
No, not at all.
But do you have anything else about that?
No, I mean, it is what it is at this point. Like, he is digging himself an unnecessary grave when she's been more loving, kind, and gracious than he quite frankly deserves. I mean, to use a statement, Tatiana is out of his weight class.
That's so true.
And when it has to come down to it being this simple, you really have fucked up.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, like I said before, I like what the fuck I like in terms of my thickness, but Gigi knows I'm also about that soul. If your soul ain't right, I'm not going to want to unwrap it. And I can tell from what I've seen of Tatiana, listen, my mom and dad always said, as long as that person is good to you and they're executing that goodness, date them. I can hang out with Tatiana. Tatiana's actually attractive.
Yeah, now, she's definitely a pretty girl.
Now, I say that because of her soul. Now, of course, I'm going to say, well, Brain, you just said what you said. Yes, I said what I said, but guess what? If your soul ain't right, the thickness ain't shit. That's called having standards and requirements. and Clay is going to, you know what? I'm gonna just say it. Clay is trying to form this piece of art, and what's going to happen is Tatiana's going to take that clay and shove it in the trash and not form this vase. Arts and crafts is going to be done when she finds out.
Yeah, she's definitely not finna play. She is not finna play with his ball of yarn.
No.
But so moving on to our last clip, which was Brittany and Ty. Okay, so Brittany and Ty, like we said, we've seen some discord. There's some disconnect with them going on, which at first I really thought that they were connecting, and I thought that they would just, keep going. But Brittany is still feeling like he is not giving her any attention.
No.
He's not really considering her. He's not communicating with her. So this is an issue, which Cinco said in the very beginning. He sees that everyone's issue is communication.
Right.
And that definitely is a thing. That's what keeps being brought up with the couples. And even here on, as we review it, communication is a big problem with these people. Like it's just the communication. But so Ty and Brittany's in the pool. Yes. Ty is on the grill. He's grilling out, cooking for everybody because he really, really likes to cook. Brittany brought up the fact that when they were online, how considerate he was and how he, talked about how he wanted to cater to her and he was going to cook for her breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah. And, she's looking forward to this. And she says, I know that he loves to cook. I know this, but he's still not giving her any attention.
Right.
So he's on the grill cooking. She's in the pool. He leaves to go into the house, and she asks him to bring her a drink.
A very simple request.
Right.
And
especially
Jay,
this is your woman.
Correct. That you want potentially be your wifey. Then is nothing wrong with recognizing her humanity. And Jay, you haven't missed much. Well, actually, let me take that back. You haven't missed much because it's episode 4, but you have missed a lot because we're on episode 4.
Yeah,
it's the content that you missed out on. But don't worry, we got you with all 4 episodes, so you can go right with us. There's no judgment over here.
And we are here every Saturday, sometimes Sunday, depending on our schedules. But Saturday is definitely our days.
Yes.
But like you said, it was a simple request. Brittany just asked Ty to bring her a drink once he, when he went in the house. Yep. And to him, it was an issue. You could tell it was an issue. So as they sit down, like I said, I feel like so him and Brittany said this, like he's more worried about having friendships instead of working on their relationship. Absolutely. And I'm seeing that because he is so, I don't want to say, he's paying more attention to Jared or to Clavassier. Like all the other guys, he's paying more attention to them and being, it's more about making friends. That's what it is. Yeah. So he sat across from Brittany, across from the pool, and he's eating, but he's talking to Jared about Brittany, and instead of him even saying Brittany, he says, "Oh, girl."
I was lit. I'm just like, now.
I was like, "Oh, girl."
Now,
ain't that your woman?
Now, I hate to do this, but we equal opportunity, right, Gigi?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm about to be equal opportunity right now. Ty, question, brother. If she said I was cooking and oh boy, which boy and girl can have a negative connotation if you know about the times of slavery. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm just bringing context, conjecture, and connection. That's what we do over here. But to that point, if Brittany said that, oh boy, that will be disrespecting your manhood. That will be disrespecting the connection y'all trying to develop, and you're disrespecting the decency of the energy that is being exchanged. That wasn't right. That wasn't cool, and was out of line. All she wanted was a fucking drink. She didn't say, hey, you know what? Listen, I want you to make me a peach margarita. Okay, I want you to make me a peach margarita. I want you to get some Hendrick's gin. Okay, then I want you to get some blue curacao, and then I want you to get some bitters. I want you to have everything and then shake it vigorously. Flip it around and around and make it loop-de-loop and pull and make your shoes looking cool like SpongeBob. She didn't ask for that shit. She asked for a drink. And more than likely, it was probably going to be water. Because when you're outside, and Gigi, I know it can get hot in California, but I'm bringing this up for a point. When you are that hot, you mostly want water. You don't want soda.
Yeah, you don't want to drink alcohol or soda when you're hot like that.
Right. So it's just going to be water. So you can tell me that you could not say to everybody, okay, y'all, listen, I'm going to go in the house. I know we're supposed to bring this. I got to get my girl a drink of water. I got to get my woman a drink of water, and I'll be right back. But here's the gag, though. Grown people understand grown things.
Right.
Nobody else would have a problem with you getting a drink, but you made it a problem. Go ahead, Gigi.
And it'd be different if she was like, give me a drink. You know what I'm saying? Was real rude about it. But I'm pretty sure she was like, can you bring me a drink? Like, it's not like she was demanding you to do this. She wasn't domineering. She wasn't expectant. She was just asking.
Babe, can you get a drink?
Give me. Right. Like, there was nothing wrong with it, but yet he took it in the way. Babe, you caught a fish? Yeah. Oh my God, Janelle. Anywho. But yeah, she wasn't asking for nothing like too, huge. And as he's sitting there talking to Jared, though, Brittany says, I can hear you.
Right. And then he doubles down and says, I know.
I know. And then that's when he wants to get hyped. You asked me to bring you a drink when I was on the grill cooking and I was on my way in the house to get the pasta salad. So you wanted me to get you a drink, bring it out here, go back in, get the pasta salad, plus get on the grill by myself. And sir, if you was communicating with your woman like you was on day one, I'm pretty sure she would have helped you cook.
Yes.
Because she helped you cook in the kitchen, and y'all, the communication was great then. Everything was, came out good. Sorry.
No, you're good.
But yeah, if you were showing her that, same attention, giving her that same attention, I'm pretty sure all of those things that you were saying how you were doing by yourself, she would have done with you. But when you're not giving her that attention and you're pushing her away, or you're showing that maybe she doesn't matter as much as she feels like she either does or should, of course, it's going to turn into an issue. And we've seen that at Top Golf. He was not paying attention to her. He was more so yelling at Jared. Even now cooking, you're talking to Clavassier, you're talking to Jared, and you're not even talking to Jared about good stuff. You're talking about your woman, and you're calling her, oh, girl. That is so disrespectful because, one, she's a woman. For you to say, oh, girl, about a grown-ass woman, that's disrespectful in its own. And just like you said, if she would have been like, oh, talking to the ladies, talking about, oh, boy, he would have felt disrespected too. And would be like, oh, boy, who's that? Why you know what I'm saying? It would have been a whole different thing.
Yep.
But it turns into where they're going back and forth, and Brittany finally is like, look, I don't argue with no man. I'm not arguing with you. No, I don't do this, and I'm not finna do it. I'm not going to start now. I wasn't doing it before, and I'm not going to do it now. And I feel like that was very mature of her to say, you know what, I'm not even going to keep, indulging in this conversation. I'm going to go ahead and get up, and I'm going to remove myself from it. So kudos to Brittany much respect. I really hope that her and Ty can get back on the right foot, because they are another couple that I've been rooting for, and I really hope that they can bring things together. And just, because just show up for each other. I really need these couples to start showing up and being honest. That's what I'm really, really hoping for.
Without question. So, with all that being so articulately said, as you often do, my friend, we get to the preview. Irvin has a conversation with Alicia about his ex-girlfriend. Now, we don't know the context, of course, so we give love, grace, and space until we see it. But based on how Irvin has moved, I don't think it's going to be that big of a conversation, because he's been indecent and in order and intact when it has come to Alicia. And then Alicia says, red flag, this, that, and that. I'm like, child,
she is her own red flag.
That part.
And something that I've learned, and actually I heard this said this way, and I really like how it says, but a person with a dirty mind will speak with dirty words, and they'll project that onto someone else. So when you have dirt in your mind, you'll see dirt everywhere. And that's what it is. She knows that she's not right, so she's going to project that onto him, and all the things she's saying about him is really her. That's internally how she is. She's toxic. She's the red flag. Like, we see that is her. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to Irvin's probably more so not necessarily like bringing up his ex-girlfriend as, oh, we're still together, we love each other. I think it's more so as like a lesson. Like, This is the relationship that I was in before. This is how things went, just to kind of give context of maybe how he is, what he's thinking, or what he really doesn't, what he's not going to tolerate in a relationship, because you're grown and you have the right to say, I won't tolerate this, or I will tolerate it.
Yes.
But that's only when people give you the choice. When your choice is taken away, to say whether you will or won't, just like in the case of Clavassier, because he's not telling her about this baby. When you take away a person's choice,
yes,
you take away from the possibilities of what could be with that person.
Yes, you do, without question.
So yeah, Alicia, she's just a red flag, period. And I feel like she's definitely projecting the dirt that she has in her mind. She's seeing everywhere else, because she knows how she is internally.
Correct.
So definitely wait until next week to see what happens with that. But yeah, that's the end of the episode. But we are going to go to the polls.
I was before that.
Oh, go ahead, say something.
No, you're good. Two more things happened. Not to cut you off.
Oh, sorry. But yeah,
Brandon and Keke.
Alicia just gets on my nerves. I'm just ready for her to get off the show. Lord.
I think everybody is at this point, because child, listen, I took a peek over in the Red and Love Reddit. I'll DM it to you. We got some things to talk about.
Okay.
That could be online.
Right.
Next episode. But we'll do our research and get back to y'all. Yes, we do. And we always will. Brandon and Keke have a thing. And Keke says to Brandon, you fucked up my fantasy. Now, hang on a second. I don't think Brandon's a magic 8 ball, nor are any of us. Well, some of us are more magic 8 balls than others based on our expertise, like me and Gigi about media. Thank you very much. But if you don't let us know, we can't be supportive in your fantasy. So what the fuck was the fantasy, KK? What was the fantasy? What is it? Or what was it? Damn it. Shout out to Nina.
And also, Cinco did ask when they was at dinner, when Cinco asked, what was it? Who's the most dramatic couple?
Yes, Brandon and Keke.
And Brandon and Keke. I think that's wrong. I think it should be. I mean, and it's not even the most dramatic couple. It's just the most dramatic person, which is Alicia. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I just had to throw that part in there because I was like, wow, okay.
No, you're absolutely good, beautiful. And you know what? That may be a longer game too.
Yeah, it absolutely could be a longer game, but of course they'll give you snippets and edits just to hook you in. Absolutely. But yeah,
and then we get family and friends, because we see Ty with somebody. Don't know if it's an uncle or a brother or whoever, but he's with somebody and talks about the situation that happened with Brittany. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Are you trying to get a man to be on your side over the fact that you got upset that you couldn't get your woman a drink? She asked for one drink. Are you really venting to another grown-ass man over a simple request that you got? Okay.
Right. It's like, have you even talked to Brittany? Like, besides that little rift and tiff that y'all had at the pool, did you speak to her afterwards to even try to make things better? I just don't think he did. But yeah, he's so quick to talk to other men, but you can't talk to your woman. Make that make sense.
That part. And now, my good friend, it is on to the poll, the weekly poll. Now,
on to the weekly poll.
So this happened the first season. So a lot of reviewers and hosts, they do what they want to do when they want to do, how they want to do it. The beautiful blessing about our core four, even though two of our members are not here, I didn't mean to say no longer here. I'm going to say that they are not here. This is a new show for us. It's not a new show for me and Gigi, but for Q and Solana, it's new. But either way, we always consider the four of us as one. Whether we are apart or together, we got each other. And that's till the wheels fall off. But to give you context,
absolutely,
and no, for sure, to give you context, conjecture, and connection. The first season they did these polls, and the polls actually add to the review. And so we did these polls here. How long would you date someone virtually? Would you date someone virtually? I think this one here, would you date someone virtually, was 50-50. And then, and then could you stay with someone that secretly had a baby? That was 50-50. Which shocked both me and Gigi hard because just what the hell? Just and there are times throughout this season where you're going to be shocked by America, because season 1 we were shocked about some things.
Yeah, because one of the polls there was no even a yes. It was just a no and a maybe. Like yes was not even an option.
Oh, that was this one, episode 2. Could you stay with somebody who secretly had a baby? There was no yes on that option. It was no, it depended on the circumstance. I'm like, wow. Okay, but you also brought up an articulate point, as you often do. You said that the people who voted no, some of them are probably in that other number, but they just didn't want to vote for that number.
Oh yeah, that's definitely what it is. It's like, you don't want to be true, but it's okay.
Yeah. So here is the weekly poll for episode 4. If someone lies about something small, like being vegan, does that mean they can't be trusted at all?
Sometimes, yes.
Yes, for sure. Not sure. It depends on the person. No, not all lies mean the same. Yes, a lie is a lie. Now, if this is your first time,
a lie is a lie.
Sometimes we are that decisive. Just to give context there. But no, what we do is we read off all the choices and we go through each one, kind of give the perspective of all. But then there are other times where it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Final answer, and it's like we don't got to think about it. So I would definitely say that yes, a lie is a lie. Now, of course, it depends on the person, just like the baby situation where, was this a good soup color? Did I get the right drink for our date? That's different, right? Not all lies are the same. I remember there was an episode of Love and Marriage DC, where Ashley Silva's friend was in a car accident and DJ Quick was trying to not tell Ashley because he did not want her a freak. That's different. But we're talking about the principle of humanity here. Can you just keep it a buck? And I will agree with you, Gigi. A lie is a lie. So let's see what America has to say. Hopefully we're not surprised. Okay, so not sure. It's not even.
See, that one I feel, yes. See, yes. Wait, is just the top one? Yes.
Yeah,
see,
so
and when it comes to the question and why they ask the question, that's what makes it where it's like even more of a yes, because not only is he lying about being vegan and sneaking and eating behind her back, but you're lying about having this 2-month-old baby.
Correct.
So yes, a lie is a lie, period.
So here it is here. 29.4% said no, all lies. No, not all lies mean the same. And it depends on the person. So 29.4% that's basically 50-50. I mean, it's not 50%, but basically it's dead set at those two options. And then yes, a lie is a lie. 41.2% say yes, a lie is a lie. Yeah, that
fits. I feel like that fits.
Yeah.
And just to be fair, yes, at times it can really depend on the person or the situation. You know, sometimes, yeah, a little, white light here and there. But when you're lying about stupid shit and you know that you're holding on to something bigger,
yeah,
that's what makes it like, it's just not acceptable.
Right.
I mean, honestly, when you're lying, period, is always going to get you caught up, because even if you tell a small lie, you got to tell another lie to make up for that lie. Then there's another lie. Then it's just a downward spiral of lies. Why not just be upfront and honest about it so that certain things aren't even being able to be hung over your head? Or sometimes you will keep a lie in so long that it will literally eat away at your soul and you start to lose yourself. So yeah, I still feel like, yeah, a lie is a lie. I do understand that there are times where, you might have to, it's just like lying to your kids about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. Right. The shit's not real, but your kid's gonna cry for 7 days if you don't, if you tell them. Okay, some things but when you're adults and you're in a relationship and you're actually trying to build on something, no, there at a certain point there should be no reason to lie and hide things, especially when you say you're trying to make something work with someone. You can't make something work when you're living on a lie.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So. You know what I mean? And I fully agree with you, because what I've come to recognize is this. Most of the time, 10 times out of 10, if you're always showcasing your character, then people will understand your character. People are more forgiving than you might think. But in order for that to happen, you also have to give them something to think about. So. Woo, man.
So true. But yes, this has been a wonderful live. You already know. This is how we do. We always, like I said earlier, we bring color to the culture, and culture is key. So we definitely like to bring as much to it as possible. Sometimes a show might not give all of what we want, but when you come and you check out our reviews, we definitely make sure that you get every bit of what you're looking for and more. So that was episode 4 review. We will be back again next week. This is, make sure you like, share, comment, and subscribe to our channels. You got my brother Braylon right there. I'm Gigi Nan. Make sure you look out for Dr. Ucha Q. He doesn't have a channel right now, but we definitely support him whenever he does get his channel up.
No question.
But until next time, we're outie.
Love you, G. Talk soon, beautiful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, good people. Yes, indeed. Please like, comment, share, subscribe to our channels for sure. That's how we stay connected here through this great space that we're in. For those of you who are new to the channel here, we always try to end every show with a little something called the Daily Motivator. Integrity is the essence of everything successful. Buckminster Fuller. It's time for the Daily Motivator for Saturday, April 26th, 2025, where opportunity hides. Opportunity is a good thing that very often masquerades as a bad thing. It's readily available to those who see it, yet opportunity can cleverly hide. Most of the time, opportunity conceals itself inside problems. Problems can be so obvious and overwhelming that the opportunities within them are ignored. Remind yourself that when you encounter a problem, you're also encountering opportunity. When you come across difficult work that must be done, that situation is full of opportunity too. If you've been conditioned to assume that challenge and effort are to be avoided, you'll end up avoiding much opportunity. Instead, seek to maximize the effectiveness and purposefulness of effort rather than avoiding it, and you'll seek opportunity everywhere. In hindsight, opportunity looks powerful, valuable, desirable. Yet on first approach, opportunity can be intimidating and disagreeable. Those who benefit are those who can see opportunity earliest, long before its value becomes obvious. Learn where opportunity hides and reap the rewards of going there. Ralph Walton, where opportunity hides. Really, y'all couldn't. Why StreamYard? I don't mind reading it again, y'all. I really don't. So we'll do that one more time. Where opportunity hides. Opportunity is the good thing that can very often masquerades rather as a bad thing. It's readily available to those who see it, yet opportunity can cleverly hide. Most of the time, opportunity conceals itself inside problems. Problems can be so oblivious and overwhelming that the opportunities within them are ignored. Remind yourself that when you encounter a problem, you're also encountering opportunity. When you come across difficult work that must be done, that situation is full of opportunity too. If you've been conditioned to assume that challenge and effort are to be avoided, you'll end up avoiding much opportunity. Instead, seek to maximize the effectiveness and purposefulness of effort rather than avoiding it. You'll seek opportunity everywhere. In hindsight, opportunity looks powerful, valuable, and desirable. Yet on first approach, opportunity can be intimidating and disagreeable. Those who benefit most are those who can see opportunity earliest, long before its value becomes obvious. Learn where opportunity hides and reap the rewards of going there. Yes, let's talk about it. You know, I think we did that tonight with this review. You know, there's an opportunity hidden with the Never Ever Mets to be able to meet the person that you have been dating virtually. That's a great opportunity, but there's also the opportunity of being hurt. There's the opportunity of things not working out. There's the opportunity of the unknown dominating your thinking. But what I will tell you is, from every opportunity that can be a fear, there can also be an opportunity of hope behind the opportunity of fear. That's the first thing I'll tell you. The second thing I'll tell you is, if you've been conditioned to assume that challenge and effort are to be avoided, you'll end up avoiding much opportunity. I will agree and disagree with that. I think it's important to be still in your thoughts and your movement before you make any decisions. You should never allow that challenge and that effort to dictate how you should be as a person. Sometimes you need to mentally reset so you can rise. Sometimes you need to mentally reset so you can rise. Sometimes you need to mentally reset so you can rise. And when you are rising, just know not everybody is going to be able to go with you. But here's the gag: not everybody is supposed to go with you. Okay. And finally, those who benefit most are those who see opportunity earliest, long before its value becomes obvious. Learn where opportunity hides and reap the rewards of going there. We're just on episode 4. I do not know what's to come. Gigi doesn't know what's to come. We don't know what's to come. But what I do know is that the only way you will ever get peace is by working through what it takes to get to that peace. And like I said, we kept up the Disney vibe there as firework is shooting off in the sky there. Because I did a live last night rebranding Walt Disney World. And you probably wonder, what does Disney World have to do with where the opportunity hides? Where opportunity hides. The opportunity to take a 50-year-old park and give it a life that it didn't even know it had is a great challenge. And that effort was daunting to do that. But if I allowed that challenge and effort to deter me, I would not have been able to create the joy that not only that I feel, but other people have to feel too. So let that challenge and effort be a guide for you to know how you want to give. But most of all, don't let a challenge and effort determine and stop you from getting what you deserve. Because if you are a good challenge of holding people accountable, if you're a good challenge of trying to do good by people, if you're a good challenge of understanding life is not about you, but you can make life a little bit better by just giving the best of you, you are doing better than most. And with that being said, everybody, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you weren't born special, because you were always one of us. And trust, you may not be where you want to be, but by the end of it, you'll be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why is one thing to call yourself? Is another to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. I have spent time with you. You have spent time with me. And hopefully, by spending time together, we're also going to be great together. And always remember, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or you're just recognizing that, bruh, it's not that serious. It's not that serious to lose somebody over a drink. Or not being able to own up to your ish when it comes to you having a child and she's being gracious to you. Or it's not worth it to stay with somebody who can't see that they themselves are toxic and chaotic. Make sure the replay is not just right for you to watch it, not just right for you to listen to it, but if you want to experience it again. We love you, we value, we embrace you all. Always remember, or see love, you gotta give it, or see love, you gotta give it, or see love, you gotta give it. Wherever obstacles you have overcome, wherever success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you, but no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, listen. Sometimes in life, the reason why some people are upset with you is because they wish they could have a fifth quarter or a half of the energy to go after something for themselves. Just know, if someone is big mad, as the fireworks are going off behind me, if someone is big mad that they are rising because they're about their purpose, guess what? That's a them problem. That's not a you problem. Don't apologize for you being about your purpose that's making you rise to the higher that's waiting for you. And they're doing anything for attention that's making them go to the lower that's available for them. Commercial break and fireworks coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's coming for the bunch of the home way. You, me, all of us, as a society, as a people, as a culture, we feel the love and we send it right back to you. And like I said, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But if you let it fly, it must apply. One love, much love, all love. We feel the love and we send it right back to you. Night, everybody.
When we start a project, we always start with story. That story is key. So we began with the story of the Waturi people. The myth of the Waturi people is that long ago, they set out on their outrigger canoes looking for a new home. There was a legend that said they could only find this new home with the help of this mini golden-finned fish called kanuku. And they searched across Pacifica and Polynesia, and they visited all these islands. They went to Bali and Tahiti and went as far as Rapa Nui, Easter Island. Along the way, they made friends, collected sort of the culture, and they sailed on and on and on, and they almost to the edge of the world. There, to their amazement, was Kanuku. And she turned to the people and said, "You are ready." Turned and swam away. They followed, and within a day, they caught sight of this smoking mountain on the horizon, which was Volcano Bay. And it was pristine, beautiful, lush, everything that they would want in a home. And that's the backstory that informs everything we do in our design. The idea here is to create the best experience.
Hello? Gigi, you there? Okay, then. All right, then, y'all. Good night. Gigi, I will talk to you soon, my friend. All right. Love you. Bye, everybody.
When we start a project, we always start with story. That story is key. So we began with the story of the Waturi people. The myth of the Waturi people is that long ago, they set out on their outrigger canoes looking for a new home. There was a legend that said they could only find this new home with the help of this mini golden-finned fish called kanuku. And they searched across Pacifica and Polynesia, and they visited all these islands. They went to Bali and Tahiti and went as far as Rapa Nui, Easter Island. Along the way, they made friends, collected sort of the culture, and they sailed on and on and on, and they almost to the edge of the world. There, to their amazement, was Kanuku. And she turned to the people and said, "You are ready." Turned and swam away. They followed, and within a day, they caught sight of this smoking mountain on the horizon, which was Volcano Bay. And it was pristine, beautiful, lush, everything that they would want in a home. And that's the backstory that informs everything we do in our design. The idea here is to create the best experience. We know what our guests want. They want the thrill and excitement of our theme parks, but they also want a place where they can relax and chill out and feel pampered. Nobody wants to stand in line. And so we said, let's get rid of them. Nobody wants to carry rafts up a ride tower all the way to the top. So we said, let's do that for you. Exhilaration and excitement and relaxation. That's what you're gonna get at Volcano Bay.
Power 923 Jams and the Arkansas Minority Health Commission encourages you to take the COVID-19 vaccine to help keep you and your loved ones safe. Involved in our community, the People Station, Power 923 Jams. KIPR Pine Bluff, Little Rock, KFOG, Little Rock, a Cumulus Media Station. And now, back to the jams. Hip-hop. Drake.
Girls want girls where I'm from. Yeah, well, girls want girls where I'm from.
R&B. J. Howell.
Just 'cause I love you and you love me.
And now, bumping back-to-back continuous music with another fresh new jam. Heard here first on the People Station, Power 923 Jams. Power 923 Jams.
I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you, they've been
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.